I don't want a woman with a big belly like that. You'll have to take care of the baby all by yourself while I'm stuck with this big belly being pregnant for 9 months. He looked at me with disgust, and a mean smile appeared on his face. I knew this would happen someday, and even though I saw it coming, I went to my room right away. When I came back, I had papers in my hand. Okay, here are the divorce papers. I handed them to Anton. He looked shocked and shouted, "What's going on? Why are you doing this all of a sudden?" "Well, you suggested it first. Hurry up and sign it. I'll hand it in tomorrow," I dared him. His face went red quickly as my words hit him hard. "Just watch. You'll regret treating me badly and looking down on me," I declared. "My name's Helen. I'm 26 and a housewife. 2 years ago, I worked at a mobile company. That's where I met Anton Cade, my boss, when I was 24. We fell in love fast and got married. Anton, 3 years older, was really supportive, especially when I was new and clueless at work. I couldn't thank him enough for teaching me everything. As we worked together, we became friends and started going out for dinner often. When he asked me out, I was thrilled, especially because I'd never dated anyone before. It's a bit embarrassing, but I was always more into cartoon characters than real guys. But with everyone around me getting married, I started feeling the pressure. When I fell for Anton, I promised myself he'd be my first and only love. So when we started dating and got married a year later, I was so happy. Anton was handsome and popular with the ladies at work. I was proud to be his wife, and people congratulated us, saying they were happy for us. But little did I know what was coming. The day after we got married, I told my coworkers, "I'm married now, so I'm quitting my job." Just when we were excitedly beginning our married life, Anton dropped a bombshell, saying, "I've always wanted my wife to focus on the home. Don't worry, I can take care of us financially." "But this is so sudden. You never mentioned this before," I responded. Anton had never brought up me quitting my job before we got married. "I got this job through my dad's connection, so leaving without notice wouldn't be right." I wanted to explain, but Anton's eyes silently warned me not to bring it up. So I stayed quiet. I couldn't hold it back any longer. "I know I should have told you, but it's decided. Starting tomorrow, you're not going to work," Anton declared. What a shock. Anton's announcement about me staying home starting tomorrow hit me so suddenly I felt dizzy. But Anton was firm in his decision. I couldn't argue with him, considering he used to be my boss. Even though I had to leave my job abruptly, I was determined to make our marriage succeed. Since Anton chose me and entrusted me with running the household, I wanted to live up to his expectations. I didn't want to seem like a bad wife. I put all my effort into the housework, cooking meals, especially Anton's favorites, and setting the table with as much food as possible. Even though Anton ate without saying whether he liked it or not, I secretly hoped for a word of appreciation. After quitting my job and losing my identity, I craved that acknowledgement. "Anton, I have an important meeting tomorrow. Is my jacket clean?" I asked. "Yes, it's ready," Anton replied. He sometimes showed a traditional, controlling side. Despite this, I reminded myself how lucky I was to have married him and tried to meet his expectations. With no income of my own, living with Anton was my only option for a normal life. Although our relationship often felt more like employer and maid than husband and wife, things were mostly smooth. But one day, I fell ill and couldn't get out of bed. Feeling weak, I thought, I'll catch up on chores tomorrow. Anton stormed into the bedroom and snapped, "What are you doing? Get up and make some food." He kicked the blanket off me. "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today. Can you manage something for yourself?" I pleaded, hoping for sympathy. Instead of understanding, Anton scowled and said, "You don't even work, and you're lying down because you're a little sick. Pathetic. Get up." He kicked me again, and I got up stunned. I couldn't believe he would demand chores from his sick wife. I'd never seen this side of him before we got married. Maybe I missed it, but it was too much. I did my chores, tears streaming down my face. After days of feeling unwell, I realized I'd missed my period. Rushing to the drugstore, I bought a pregnancy test. When it turned out positive, tears of joy streamed down my face. I couldn't wait to tell Anton when he got home from work. But when he finally returned well past midnight, reeking of alcohol and stumbling, my excitement waned. It was surprising how much he'd drunk, especially without warning me when I had dinner prepared. Despite my eagerness to share the news, I hesitated seeing him in such a state. "I haven't been to the doctor yet, so it's not confirmed," I started, hoping to share our happiness. But Anton's reaction was unexpected. His face darkened as he muttered, "A child? What have you done?" It was a side of Anton I'd never seen before, his tone unlike anything I'd heard from him. "What? I don't want a kid. This is the worst. If you're having it, raise it yourself." His harsh words hit me like a slap, and he stormed off to the bathroom, tossing his clothes aside. It was unreal. I couldn't understand why he'd say such hurtful things about our baby instead of being happy. The joy I felt moments ago vanished, replaced by deep sadness. How could he say that? He'd never mentioned not wanting kids before. We hadn't even talked about birth control, so I naturally assumed we both wanted children. Hearing him call having a child the worst was beyond belief. As I hung up Anton's jacket and went to take his shirt to the laundry, something caught my eye. "What's this?" A piece of paper peeked out of the dress shirt pocket, clearly a receipt by its texture. At first, I thought it was just from tonight's outing, ready to toss it away. But then I saw the name of the establishment. "Is this from a motel?" My hand shook as I held the receipt, confirming my suspicion. It was indeed from a motel. The weight of this discovery pressed heavily on my heart. Why doesn't Anton love me? Isn't marriage supposed to be built on love, especially since we've only been married for a little over a year? How could this be happening? I'd spent years lost in fantasies, never fully experiencing a real relationship. I couldn't immediately accept this harsh reality. But the idea of Anton cheating started to make sense, and pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Had Anton been using me since the beginning of our marriage? Was he truly in love with someone else while I was just a convenient servant? All these doubts churned inside me. Was that why he reacted so harshly to my pregnancy news? As I wrestled with these thoughts, nausea overwhelmed me, and I grew convinced that something wasn't right. Yes, it's clear now. Maybe he pushed me out of the company because his mistress was there. It felt like pieces were falling into place, as if he'd married me for stability rather than love. Reality blurred with my imagination, but his heartless words after learning about my pregnancy couldn't be ignored. That day, I resolved to gather evidence of Anton's affair. From then on, his cold treatment of me was undeniable. It was as if he couldn't forgive me for getting pregnant, even though he knew I was suffering from morning sickness. He'd deliberately eat strong-smelling foods near me and criticize my housework, making me do it over again. My pregnant body endured a lot, and my heart weighed heavy. But despite it all, I continued to investigate his affair. Anton was glued to his cell phone, even taking it to the bathroom, making it impossible for me to sneak a peek. When I managed to sneak into his room, it was spotless, with nothing suspicious in sight. He was always meticulous at work, and his desk was impeccably organized. I realized it would be hard to catch him off guard directly. I kept checking his pockets for any clues, like receipts, but my investigation was proving tough. The idea of hiring a detective crossed my mind, but I didn't have the money for it. Lost in thought about my situation, I got a surprise call. It was my father, who rarely contacted me, so I was curious about why he was calling. "Hey, it's your dad. How's everything?" he asked. His call caught me off guard, knowing how busy he usually is. "Dad, what's up? Aren't you swamped with work?" I questioned. "My team's been handling things well, so I've got some free time," he explained. My dad's the CEO of a company in Canada, and work has always been his priority. I didn't have many memories of playing with him as a kid, but I respected his dedication, so his call left me curious. I asked, "What's going on?" As he began to speak, he dropped a bombshell. "Seriously?" I exclaimed, struggling to believe it. "Yeah, he wouldn't make this up. I need you to trust me on this," my dad reassured me. At first, I was speechless, but as it sunk in, I felt relieved. "Thanks, Dad. I really appreciate it," I said gratefully before ending the call. After all my dating, I was starting to see results, and it felt like a small victory. But with each new piece of information came a surge of anger and frustration over the ongoing tension with Anton. Months dragged on, and our relationship stayed strained. Then, something happened that turned our world upside down. At 9 months pregnant, I treaded carefully around Anton, always on edge. I tried to keep to myself, living a quiet, restricted life. One evening, I served dinner as usual, and when Anton got home, we sat down to eat. As I quietly took my first bite, Anton suddenly slammed his fork down. "What's this? It's awful," he yelled, hurling the food I'd made onto the floor. His sudden rage left me bewildered, struggling to make sense of it all. Anger surged within me as I watched him dismiss the meal I prepared. I've been thinking about this for a while. Lately, your cooking has been bland, Anton criticized, claiming my meals lacked flavor. It was true that during my pregnancy, I'd been toning down the spices for health reasons, but it was only temporary. If he wanted more flavor, he could have added seasoning himself. Why did he have to react like this? Before I could respond, Anton delivered another blow with his hurtful words. I don't want a wife with a big belly like yours. You'll be on your own with the baby while I deal with my own issues. He spat, his eyes full of malice and a cruel smile on his lips. I had feared this confrontation, but I'd hoped for a different outcome. Without a word, I stormed off to my room, retrieved a document, and returned to confront Anton. Here are the divorce papers, I declared, thrusting the documents in front of him. Anton's face twisted in shock. What on earth? Why now? He stuttered. Your idea. Sign them quickly. I'll file them tomorrow, I retorted. Truthfully, I'd been considering divorce since I suspected Anton's infidelity. But with a baby on the way, I hesitated, unsure if I could manage alone. Now, though, I had a plan. My resolve seemed to provoke Anton's, his face boiling with anger. You'll regret this. Every moment you belittled and controlled me, I warned, unwavering. I'll manage. Don't worry, I reassured him. Perhaps annoyed by my determination, he snatched the papers and began filling them out. Here. If this is what you want, take it, he grumbled. Thank you, I replied, surprised at how smoothly Anton handed over the divorce papers. The next day, I wasted no time in submitting them and leaving the house. I knew he'd be in for a shock when he got home from work. Moving in with my parents seemed like the right move, especially with my dad returning to the U.S. from Canada. I was grateful for their support and fed up with life with Anton. On a day I left, Anton called 3 times, but I ignored everyone. Eventually, the calls stopped. It was clear I meant little to him. He was probably content with his mistress, maybe even considering remarriage. I'd moved on from Anton, and 6 months had flown by. My baby arrived safely, and I was happily settled with my parents. Life was peaceful until Anton called again. At first, I ignored his calls, but his persistence forced me to answer. What do you want now? I asked, wary of his tone. Why were you on that show? And since when were you the daughter of a CEO with millions? Anton's voice boomed with surprise and anger. It turned out he'd seen a TV show broadcasted after I returned home. I'd been approached by a TV station because of my father's position as the CEO of a top global tech company. They featured our family's lavish lifestyle, filming at our house and discussing our wealth, estimating it at around $10 million. I hadn't expected Anton to see the show, but the power of TV is remarkable. By the way, I didn't mention I have a $33 million inheritance, which is why I could divorce you, I calmly replied. My father told me about it, giving me the confidence to live comfortably after our divorce. Anton's immediate reaction was pure fury. What? That's underhanded. Why keep this from me? Half of it belongs to me, doesn't it? Give me the money, he demanded. Just as I thought, seeing the show only made you think of squeezing money out of me. Gifts from parents don't count in property distribution. And let's not forget your own wrongdoing, I retorted. I'm tired of your anger, Anton. You made the call. You should know better. You can't blame me for your actions. You cheated, didn't you? And with someone from your company, a junior, right? You started before we even got married. I revealed, shocking Anton with the information I got from my father. Finally, I had the upper hand. Did you think I wouldn't find out? My father has connections in your company. One of them spilled the beans about your affair. I never brought it up, but I will be asking for child support, I declared. Anton, still in denial, protested. Stop joking. Why should I pay? It's your fault for getting pregnant and slacking off with the housework. Hearing Anton blame you without owning up to his own mistakes was unbelievable. How could I have ever been married to someone so lacking in common sense? I knew leaving him was the right decision. I thought as Anton's pitiful plea reached my ears. I'm broke. My wife spent all my money, and now I'm drowning in debt, he lamented, leaving me more dumbfounded than angry. I never want to deal with such an unreasonable person again, I declared, gripping my phone firmly. Your words are ridiculous. I want nothing to do with you. My lawyer will handle child support. Don't call me and you won't see our child anymore. Goodbye. Wait, Anton pleaded, but I didn't entertain him. After pouring out my emotions, I hung up and blocked his number, taking a deep breath. It's over now, right? No more calls from Anton. I don't want him disrupting our peaceful life, I reassured myself. Just then, I heard my baby crying from the other room, and I hurried to comfort them. It turned out Anton started paying child support each month, as a former colleague revealed. He claimed his new wife was a big spender, and he struggled to cover his living costs with mounting debt. Apparently, he reached out to me hoping for a share of my inheritance, but with me not budging, he found himself drowning in expenses, his income falling short. Whether it was pride or financial pressure, Anton's life took a downward spiral. To add to his troubles, he foolishly began his job hunt after leaving his current company, leading to financial hardship. Learning this from a colleague left me unmoved. He brought this upon himself. His cruel words and actions won't be forgotten easily. I hope he learns from his mistakes. Meanwhile, I'm enjoying parenting with my parents, free from financial worries. With the possibility of inheriting the company, I'm ready to step up. Like my hardworking father, I'm determined to make my mark.
Your father is going to lose everything, Lena announced abruptly, her penetrating eyes fixed on me from across the dinner table. The words hung in the air like a ticking time bomb. I felt the blood drain from my face as my fork clattered onto the plate, the sound echoing against the sudden, suffocating silence. Derek coughed awkwardly, clearing his throat as he shot Lena a withering look. Now, sweetheart, what kind of thing is that to say? Lena ignored him, her hazel eyes boring into mine with that uncanny, unnerving intensity I'd grown both used to and perturbed by. He's been lying and hiding things. Bad things. My heart slammed against my ribs as Derek scoffed unconvincingly. Come on, Elise, you're not going to listen to her weird games again, are you? I swallowed hard, my throat constricting as dread and panic welled up inside me. This wasn't one of Lena's make-believe stories or idle ramblings. I could tell from the grave certainty etched on her delicate features. What are you talking about, Lena? I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. She fixed me with that soul-piercing stare. Dad is cheating on you and stealing from his job. He's going to get caught soon. A shocked silence fell over the room. Derek pushed back his chair and stood abruptly, his face mottled with anger. That's enough, young lady. You've got an overactive imagination, but this is going too far. I'm telling the truth, Lena shouted back, her voice trembling with emotion. You think I'm making this up, but I see things. I know what you've been doing. Frozen in shock, I could only watch numbly as Derek grabbed Lena by the arm and hauled her out of the room, her cries and protests fading down the hallway. The bubble of our seemingly perfect suburban life had well and truly burst. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake Lena's haunting words from my mind. I tried convincing myself it was just another one of her bizarre childhood phases, but her chilling conviction nagged at me incessantly. I started paying closer attention to the little things. Derek's mysterious late nights at the office, the expensive new gadgets he claimed were employee discounts, the obvious distance growing between us. It was like someone had ripped away the rose-tinted veil from my eyes. Finding the hotel receipt in his pants pocket was the final, irrefutable proof I needed. I felt like the biggest fool as everything clicked into place. Lena had been right all along about the affair. And if that was true, what about the stealing from his job? As I sat on the edge of our bed, the damning evidence in my hand, a sickening realization washed over me. My husband, the man I'd loved and trusted, had been living a reprehensible double life of deception right under my nose. Worst of all, my innocent little girl had seen the truth while I remained willfully blind. Tears stung my eyes as I looked at the framed photo on the nightstand. An idyllic family snapshot taken just months ago, all smiles and blissful unawareness. Those days were over. My life as I knew it had already crumbled, leaving only the harsh reality of betrayal behind. With a deep, shuddering breath, I straightened my spine and pushed aside the grief momentarily. It was time to confront Derek and force the truth out into the open once and for all, no matter how much it shattered the delusion we'd been living. The fragile foundation of our family had fractured beyond repair, and there was no going back. As frightening as it was, I knew I had to be strong. If not for myself, then for Lena. She had been the one to courageously shed light on the ugly truth, and now it was my turn to face the consequences head-on. I spent the next few days gathering evidence, feeling like a detective investigating my own husband's sordid secrets. Lena's revelation had opened the floodgates, and now everything seemed laced with Derek's lies, his business trips, the unfamiliar numbers constantly lighting up his phone, even the pungent smell of another woman's perfume clinging to his clothes. Finally, I decided it was time to confront him. One night after Lena was tucked in bed, I steeled myself and headed to the living room where Derek was watching TV, my hands trembling with the damning evidence. "Who is she?" I demanded, tossing the hotel receipt onto his lap. Derek's eyes widened in shock before narrowing suspiciously. "Where did you get this?" "That's not an answer," I shot back, my voice rising. "I want the truth, Derek. Who are you sleeping with behind my back?" He opened his mouth, but I cut him off, throwing the crumpled lingerie receipt I'd found in his gym bag at him. "And this? Some kind of sick joke?" "Elise, you're overreacting," he sputtered unconvincingly as I paced back and forth like a caged tiger. "It's not what it looks like." "Don't you dare try to lie to me," I exploded, fury and hurt raging through me. "Lena knew, Derek. She told me weeks ago that you were cheating and stealing from your job. I didn't believe her at first, but now—" I trailed off bitterly. Derek's face contorted in anger. "Are you seriously going to take the word of a child over your own husband?" "A child who was telling the truth," I shot back, hot tears streaming down my cheeks. "While I've been blinded this whole time, stupidly believing in the perfect family act you've been selling." In that moment, I thought Derek might strike me with the way his fists clenched and rage flashed in his eyes. Instead, he abruptly stood, towering over me with clenched jaw. "You want the truth?" he growled darkly. "Fine. Yes, I've been having an affair with Jessica from accounting. And yes, I've been skimming money from the dealership finances to fund my little fling and all her expensive tastes. There, I admitted it." His vile confession hung thick in the air as I stared at him, sickened revulsion roiling in the pit of my stomach. This was the real Derek, the monster who had been lurking behind the facade of loving husband and devoted father. "How could you?" I whispered, choking back a sob. "How could you do this to Lena and me, to our whole family?" "Don't act so innocent," he shot back venomously. "You've been too caught up in your own little world with work and Lena to pay any attention to me. A man has needs, Elise." I recoiled in disgust at his twisted rationalization. This man was no longer the Derek I thought I knew and loved. He was a vile, repulsive stranger. Lena's cries suddenly rang out from her bedroom, no doubt awakened by our raised voices. With a last look of pure loathing at the despicable creature before me, I whirled and hurried down the hall to my daughter. In that moment, it was clear. Derek's deceit and abusive nature left me no choice but to burn that bridge completely. He had shattered the sacred bonds of family through his selfish transgressions. Now it was up to me to protect Lena at all costs from the fallout of her father's unforgivable actions. As I pulled my sobbing little girl into my arms, I silently vowed that Derek would face the consequences for the devastation he had wrought upon our lives. If unbridled karma was coming for him, I would be the instrument to unleash its ultimate reckoning. The next few days were a tense, toxic powder keg in our home. Derek tried to go about his routine as if nothing had happened, but I could see the guilt and strain etched on his face. I refused to so much as look at him, my insides twisting with disgust and hatred every time he entered the room. Lena seemed to pick up on the suffocating atmosphere, sticking close to my side with a quiet wariness. She didn't ask for more details about that awful night. She didn't need to. The invisible fissure cracking through our family unit was plain for all to see. One evening, I was in the kitchen preparing dinner when Derek blustered in, that same arrogant sneer plastered on his face. "We need to talk about this rationally," he announced without preamble. "You're blowing this whole thing out of proportion." I whirled on him, brandishing the kitchen knife as if it could physically erase him from my life. "Out of proportion?" I echoed in disbelief. "You cheated on me. You stole from your own company to fund your sleazy affair. How am I supposed to just accept that?" "Keep your voice down," he hissed, shooting a nervous glance towards the living room where Lena was watching TV. "You're going to upset Lena." "I'm going to upset her?" I cried. incredulous rage bubbling up within me. That's rich coming from the man who destroyed this family with his repulsive lies and actions. Lena, of course, had heard the commotion and came padding in, her eyes wide with worry and a hint of that same unnerving knowingness. "Mommy, what's going on?" "Nothing, Princess." Derek rushed out in a placating tone that made me want to vomit. "Daddy and Mommy are just having a little disagreement, that's all." "Don't you dare lie to her again," I exploded, throwing the knife down with a clatter. I grabbed Lena and pulled her protectively into my arms. "Your father has been cheating on me with another woman and stealing money from his job. The truth is finally out." Derek's face darkened with fury as Lena gasped. "You stupid butch! You had to go and tell her?" Before I could react, he had crossed the kitchen in 2 strides, his hand raised to strike me. I flinched, bracing for the blow as Lena cried out in terror. Suddenly, Derek froze, his arms still raised as if an invisible force held him in place. His face contorted in hatred as he stared down at Lena, who was glaring at him with uncanny intensity despite her tears. "Don't you dare hurt my mom," she said in a low, trembling voice laced with power. "I warned you this would happen, Dad. I told you your lies would catch up to you. Well, now everyone knows what a horrible person you really are." In that moment, it was like all the fight went out of Derek. His arm dropped limply to his side as he took a staggering step back, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he beheld his own young daughter. Without another word, he turned and strode out of the kitchen, disappearing upstairs as the tension crackled in the air. I clutched Lena tightly, tears streaming down my cheeks as the reality set in. The man I had once loved and built a family with had just tried to strike me in front of our child. That night, as I lay awake with Lena tucked against me in the guest bedroom, I knew there was no going back. Derek's abusive outburst had irrevocably severed any remaining threads holding our family together. I could no longer live under the same roof as that monstrous, violent stranger for both safety and Lena's. It was time to formulate an escape plan, no matter how afraid or uncertain I felt. Derek's cruelty and depravity knew no bounds. He had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. If there was any flicker of love left for the man he used to be, it was permanently extinguished, smothered by the ashes of his morally bankrupt actions. As I stroked Lena's soft hair, I felt a steely determination harden within me. That twisted, wicked man may have tried to cow me through intimidation, but he had underestimated the ferocious protectiveness of a mother's love. I would do whatever it took to shelter Lena from his toxic, vile influence and hold him accountable for his unforgivable betrayal, even if I had to burn our lives to the ground to make it happen. The next morning, I awoke with a pounding headache and a heavy sense of dread weighing me down. Lena was still sleeping peacefully beside me, her face angelic in contrast to the turmoil raging inside me. I slipped out of bed, my heart hammering as I tiptoed past the bedroom Derek and I had once shared. The house was eerily silent. He must have already left for work, no doubt eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere. In the kitchen, I busied myself making Lena's favorite pancakes, desperately trying to cling to some sense of normalcy. But my hands were shaking so badly, I ended up burning the first batch. As if on cue, Lena shuffled in, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "Morning, Mommy." I quickly plastered on a reassuring smile. "Good morning, sweetie. How about we go out for breakfast instead?" Her eyes brightened at the suggestion, and she nodded enthusiastically. Small blessings, I thought wryly. At least I could still make her happy, despite our fractured family circumstances. After we were dressed, I gathered my purse and took a steadying breath. Time to face my new reality head-on. First stop was the bank, where I gingerly asked about our account balances with trepidation. To my dismay and rising panic, I discovered Derek had systematically drained almost every cent into his own private slush fund, leaving us with virtually nothing to our names. "That lying, thieving snake," I hissed through gritted teeth, the anger and hurt nearly choking me. Lena, thank goodness, was momentarily distracted at a picture book in the kids' corner. I took a few calming breaths, trying to process this latest unconscionable violation. Derek had not only shattered my heart and trust, he had potentially left us destitute and homeless. How could I ever have predicted the depths of his cruelty and depraved indifference towards me and his own daughter? "Mom?" Lena's small voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. What's wrong? I opened my mouth, but the words caught in my throat as despair threatened to overwhelm me. How could I possibly explain the full extent of Derek's repugnant actions to my child? Taking her small hand in mine, I forced a watery smile. It's going to be okay, sweetie. We're just going through some stuff with Dad right now, but I promise I'm going to take care of you no matter what. Her brow furrowed, that too wise gaze fixed on me. He took all the money, didn't he? From our bank account. I could only nod mutely, not trusting myself to speak through the lump in my throat. To my surprise, Lena didn't seem shocked or upset, just terribly resigned, as if this was simply the latest inevitability to accept. We need to get away from him, she stated firmly, squeezing my hand. Dad's not the man we thought he was. He's dangerous. Her haunting words unlocked something inside me, allowing the cold reality to sink in completely. Derek's betrayal, his very essence, went deeper than I could have ever imagined. This was a profoundly broken, toxic person willing to inflict immeasurable pain and damage with no regard for anyone but himself. Staying in this house, in this life, would only enable his abusive behavior to continue escalating. I had to be the one to sever those ties completely for both our sakes before he dragged us down any further into his vortex of depravity. But how? I wondered desperately. He had cut off all our financial lifelines in his vindictive, pathetic clutches for control. Then, as if reading my anguished thoughts, Lena gave me that eerily prescient look. Uncle Marcus can help us. My heart stuttered at the mention of my estranged older brother. Marcus and I hadn't spoken in years, ever since an argument over mine and Derek's whirlwind marriage drove a wedge between us. He profoundly distrusted Derek and warned me about rushing into things. I had been too blinded by love and naive optimism to listen. But now, with my world crashing down around me, thanks to the very man Marcus cautioned against, perhaps he was the only lifeline left to grab onto in this storm of turmoil. As much as it pained my pride to reach out, I didn't have any other choice, not if I wanted to find safe harbor for Lena and myself. Slowly, feeling like the world's biggest failure, I nodded. Okay, honey. We'll call Uncle Marcus and see if he can help us get away from your father. The words tasted like ash in my mouth, but they were also the first defiant, empowering steps towards protecting what mattered most. Derek's cruel stranglehold over us was about to slip, one way or another. I would do whatever it took to break free and face the karma that was barreling towards him like a runaway train. The drive to Marcus's place felt like the longest journey of my life. Lena was uncharacteristically quiet beside me, her small hand clutched tightly in mine, as if she knew the gravity of what we were about to do. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it thundering in my ears. Part of me still couldn't quite believe I was really going through with this. Reaching out to the brother I had shut out of my life to escape the waking nightmare my marriage had become. When Marcus opened the door, I barely recognized him. His hair was graying at the temples and lined creased his once youthful face, aging him beyond his 40 years. For a long moment, we just stared at each other in stunned silence. Elise, what's... He trailed off, his brow furrowing as he seemed to really take us in, my haggard appearance, Lena's somber wariness. Come in, both of you. What's going on? I opened my mouth, but the words stuck in my throat like shards of shattered glass. How could I possibly articulate the depths of betrayal and hurt? It's Dad, Lena spoke up, that eerie perception slicing through the tension. He's been cheating on Mom and stealing money from his job. We had to get away from him before it got worse. Marcus's face hardened into a mask of cold fury. That son of a butch, he bit out, slamming his fist against the doorframe hard enough to make me jump. I knew that snake couldn't be trusted from the moment you brought him around. Marcus, please. I finally found my voice, thick with unshed tears. We didn't know where else to go. Derek took everything, the money from our accounts, our savings, all of it. I swallowed hard against the lump in my throat. We have nothing left because of him. To my surprise, Marcus immediately pulled me into a fierce hug, one I melted into despite my rigid shock. You did the right thing coming here, sis. I'm so sorry you've had to go through this hell, but I promise you and Lena are safe now. He released me, his eyes blazing with protective fire as he turned to my daughter. Hey, Lena, You've been a tough, brave girl through all this, haven't you? How would you like to pick out whichever guest room you want while your mom and I talk?" Lena nodded solemnly, and Marcus ruffled her hair before she scampered off down the hallway. I found myself envious of her innocence, her ability to accept safety and shelter so readily without the emotional scars I now carried. Once she was out of earshot, Marcus rounded on me, his expression thunderous. "Tell me everything that bastard did, and don't leave out a single damn detail." Like a festering wound finally being lanced, I unloaded it all to Marcus through harsh, ragged breaths. Derek's affair, his heartless financial crimes, his escalating abusive behavior, and finally his petty cruelty of draining our accounts in one last bid for control. No detail was spared. With each fresh atrocity, I watched helpless rage contort Marcus's features until he looked near violence by the end of my tale. "That miserable, worthless piece of human filth," he spat acidly. "To think I tried warning you about him all those years ago." I flinched, each word slicing into me like a knife's edge. I was so blind, Marcus, stupid and naive. All I cared about was the idea of the perfect family I thought we could be. I never really knew him at all. Marcus's expression softened fractionally as he placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "You couldn't have seen this side of him coming. That kind of evil is rarely obvious until it's too late. The important thing now is you and Lena are away from that cesspool he created." I nodded mutely, too emotionally raw to speak further. Marcus seemed to understand, giving my shoulder a final reassuring squeeze. "We'll get through this together, I promise," he stated, steely determination replacing his anger. "That worm is going to face the consequences of all the lives he's destroyed, and I'll make sure of it myself if I have to." I felt a tiny spark of hope flicker through the engulfing grief and turmoil at his words. Marcus wouldn't just offer us shelter and safety. He was ready to fight for justice on our behalf, too. As he turned to draw up the paperwork for initiating divorce proceedings, I felt oddly fortified, like I had an anchor again to cling to through this relentless storm. Derek's miserable betrayal had shaken me to my core, yes, but it hadn't broken my spirit permanently. With Lena by my side and Marcus standing with us, that defiant part of me that first made me confront Derek reared its head once more. If karma was circling like a shark, I would do everything to help it shred that wretched man to ribbons for how he had tried to shatter and discard our family. It was time to excise Derek from our lives completely and unequivocally, and with the law and morality as my blade, I would make sure he felt the slash of justice with each and every repercussion to come. The weeks following our escape to Marcus's place were a whirlwind of legal proceedings and mounting evidence against Derek. With Marcus leading the charge, it was like a dam had burst open. Every deplorable transgression, every slimy misdeed of my husband's had come gushing out into the light. I found myself downloading bank statements, digging up incriminating receipts and emails, recounting in harsh detail the timeline of Derek's escalating abuse. Each new revelation felt like another twist of the knife in my back, another con he had perpetrated against my trust and our family. At the same time, there was a perverse sense of exhilaration pulsing through me, fueled by the knowledge that the dominoes of karma were finally starting to topple around Derek's wretched existence. Through it all, Lena remained steadfastly by my side, her quiet strength and solemnity carrying me forward when the anguish threatened to overwhelm me. My little girl, robbed of her innocence by her own father's reprehensible conduct, was handling the fallout with more grace and resilience than I could have ever imagined. Finally, the day of the emergency custody hearing arrived, with Derek being summoned to face the full, damning brunt of his sins in court. I had spent agonizing hours preparing with Marcus, steeling myself to recount the worst moments under oath in front of that abusive, scornful glare. Yet when Derek finally entered the courtroom, it wasn't belligerent hatred that burned in his eyes, but naked fear. He looked shrunken, cowed, as if grasping the colossal weight of consequences bearing down upon him at last. It was strange, almost jarring, to watch the arrogant swagger leach out of him under the scrutiny of the impartial justice system. Marcus wasted no time in ruthlessly dismantling every aspect of his guise, painting him as the liar, the adulterer, the embezzler he truly was through an incontrovertible mountain of evidence. I was grateful for the opportunity to hide behind a legal buffer as the sordid specifics of Derek's deceit were laid bare for all to see. With each revelation, I watched him wilt a little more, the facade cracking until he could no longer meet anyone's gaze. When it was my turn to testify, to describe in explicit detail his explosive rage, his threats and toxic manipulation, I found I no longer feared him. Sitting there on the stand, I felt nothing but contemptuous revulsion for this shriveled, pathetic shell of a man before me. I spoke the truth calmly, clinically, laying out the facts of how he had terrorized Lena and me in pursuit of sating his selfish vices. By the time it was Derek's turn to testify, it was almost painful to watch his feeble, squirming attempts to salvage some credibility, respect, or shred of sympathy from the courtroom audience. His words rang as hollow and empty as his moral character, lies dribbling from his lips that no one would ever believe. The final nail in his coffin came when Lena took the stand, recounting in chilling detail her preternatural forewarnings about his despicable behavior, how she had tried to shield me from the truth to no avail. Seeing Derek visibly shrink away from his own young daughter's testimony, it was a damning indictment of his utter lack of redemptive qualities. By the end, the judge looked utterly disgusted as he rendered his rulings. Full custody awarded to me, Derek's legal avalanche of punitive fines, asset seizures, and possible criminal charges still to come. As he was led from the courtroom, Derek finally met my gaze with naked hatred blazing in his eyes, his mouth twisted into a silent snarl of malice. But I felt nothing but cold indifference towards this crumpled, petty villain who had tried to grapple Lena and me into the depths of his depravity. Stripped of his power and pretense, he was simply a cautionary example of the monster waiting within those driven by lust, greed, and ego. As Lena slipped her small hand into mine, I drew strength and pride from her courage in the face of her own father's repugnance. We had won, not just a legal victory, but a reclamation of our lives from his toxic, oppressive reach. A chapter had been closed, but more importantly, a new one was just beginning. No longer would Derek's shadow hang over us, leeching away happiness with his poisonous mendacity. We were free to start anew on our own terms, whatever the future held. As Marcus pulled us both into a fierce embrace, his eyes were shining not with triumph but with admiration. "You two are the real heroes here today," he murmured gruffly. "Derek's pathetic ego is what sealed his downfall in the end." I realized then with a sense of clarity that the karma delivered upon Derek wasn't one of fiery vengeance, but a cold, harsh light illuminating the festering ugliness he had tried so hard to conceal. The true punishment was forcing him to confront and be judged for the man he had ultimately chosen to become through his soulless choices. Looking into Lena's guileless eyes, I felt an overwhelming surge of love and gratitude. She had tried to steer us away from that path of destruction from the very beginning. And now, by her resilient side, I vowed to ensure we would both keep walking the higher path towards hope, love, and rebirth. Derek's wretched, karmic downfall was complete. All that was left was to embrace the freedom he had so selfishly tried to leech away and forge ahead into a new dawn brilliantly free of his toxic, dimming influence. In the aftermath of Derek's legal reckoning, it was like a vortex had opened up, swallowing the last remnants of the life we had known. With cold, brutal efficiency, the consequences of his actions just kept mounting. First, there was the swift and merciless termination from his job at the car dealership, the final severing of his financial lifeline now that his embezzlement schemes had been dragged into the harsh light of day. I had to repress a mirthless chuckle at the thought of all his smug posturing around that fancy corner office going up in flames thanks to his own rapacious greed. Next was the unraveling of his tawdry affair with that woman from accounting, Jessica. I'll never forget the smug, self-satisfied look on Marcus's face as he relayed the news that the mistress had kicked Derek to the curb, no doubt looking to preserve what scraps of her own reputation she could. "Rats fleeing a sinking ship," he had remarked with a cruel smile. "Derek won't have anyone left in his corner after this is through." Derek tried to see Lena, of course. Desperate phone calls, increasingly threatening voicemails, all pleading for a chance to explain himself, to fix things. As if his daughter's innocence and implicit trust in him hadn't been one of his biggest casualties. "Please, Mom." Lena had whispered brokenly after one particularly vile message. "I don't want to see him or talk to him ever again. He's not my dad anymore." Those words, spoken through such a wounded child's perspective, cemented my resolve. Marcus swiftly petitioned for a permanent restraining order, ensuring that not only could Derek never go near Lena, he couldn't so much as set foot on Marcus's property where we had taken refuge. I relished the moment Marcus came swaggering back with the official court papers, that predatory grin plastered on his face as he presented them. "This ensures he can't come sniffing around again, trying to manipulate you or Lena," he announced in a tone dripping with satisfaction. "One step over the line and I'll have his ass hauled off to jail so fast it'll make his head spin." For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I had exhaled a full breath, the first inhale of true freedom from Derek's toxic reach. Lena responded by plastering herself to my side, burying her tear-stained face against me as relief washed over us both in waves. At long last, his power to inflict more torment and trauma had been stripped completely away. He was little more than a shriveled, feeble shell of a human being now, pathetically thrashing against the bars of justice as the world looked on with contempt. The final, most brutal karma blow came in the form of those punitive fines and financial penalties raining down from every direction. Massive restitution to me, wage garnishing, asset forfeiture, you name it. Not just for the embezzlement, mind you, but calculated damages for his outrageous violations within our marriage. It was a ruinous legal Armageddon of fiscal accountability that had reduced Derek, the big-shot dealership manager, to flat broke and drowning in debt. I actually found myself giggling out loud when Marcus forwarded the statement documenting my vengeful asshole of an ex-husband's updated net worth, less than zero, a lifetime of earnings and pension pissed away, thanks to his greed and depravity. For so many years, Derek had been the smug, arrogant financial breadwinner. At least, that was the ego-stroking facade he hid behind as he cheated and stole and gaslit those closest to him into acceptance of his lies. Now that was all stripped away too, laid to waste by the sword of judicial roasting he so richly deserved. Marcus took particularly sadistic glee in taunting him with attachments of foreclosure notices and bankruptcy filings, punishment for the fear and destitution he had inflicted upon Lena and me in that sick power play of draining our own accounts. "This is what happens to self-entitled pricks who think they can have everything at the expense of others," he had snarled vindictively. "I'll savor every minute of his hard-earned downfall into abject poverty." And Derek, increasingly pathetic and diminished, had no choice but to writhe on that karmic skewer as the flames of accountability licked away every ill-gotten remnant of his former life. It was almost beautiful justice in a way. The cocky, faithless husband who had thrown it all away in pursuit of basal vice now had nothing left but the hollowness of his choices staring back at him. As for Lena and me, the healing had at last begun in earnest, with Derek cut out of our lives like the terminal cancer he had become. There would still be scars to confront, trauma to process, but no longer would it be compounded by his vile, toxic presence looming in the shadows. Marcus was with us every step of the way, the older brother truly acting as the guardian I needed to finally break free and forge a new path forward with my resilient, extraordinary daughter at my side. Together, we savored those first few emancipated breaths of liberation from Derek's depravity, ready to rise like a phoenix from the ashes of everything he had destroyed around himself. The heavy silence was deafening as I stared at my plate of untouched food. My parents sat across from me, their cold eyes boring into me with disappointment and disgust. I could feel the tension radiating off them like heat waves. "Well?" My father's gruff voice finally broke the silence, shattering the fragile peace. "What do you have to say for yourself?" I swallowed hard, my mouth bone dry. What could I possibly say that would appease these materialistic monsters who just didn't understand me? Who valued inflated egos and societal status over real human connection? I won't apologize for standing up for what I believe in," I managed, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts. "This environmental club means everything to me. It's my passion and my purpose." My mother's perfectly made-up face contorted into a sneer. "Purpose? Your only purpose should be upholding the Baxter family name and reputation, This silly tree-hugging phase is an embarrassment. Yeah, that's just like you, always being so selfish, my younger sister Lila piped up, unable to meet my eyes. Only caring about your dumb causes while the rest of us have to deal with the fallout. The harsh words stung, but I refused to back down. Not this time. I was tired of bowing to their twisted status quo. Selfish? I shot back, anger bubbling up inside me. No, selfish is prioritizing money and image over actual human decency. Selfish is destroying the planet we all have to live on, all for greed. My father's hand slammed down on the table so hard the plates rattled. In that moment, I didn't see the successful businessman everyone admired. I saw an overgrown bully, fueled by arrogance and the deluded notion that his wealth made him infallible. That's enough. I will not have you disrespecting this family with your radical nonsense any longer. His voice was dangerously low, but it couldn't mask the venom behind his words. If you refuse to cease this environmental extremism immediately and start acting like a proper Baxter, then you can get out. You're no daughter of mine. An icy chill swept over me as the weight of his harsh words sank in. After years of them belittling my values and making me feel like an outcast in my own home, they were really doing it, disowning their own flesh and blood, all because I dared to think differently. But you know what? In that moment, I felt free. Free from their toxic expectations and narcissistic delusions of grandeur. Fine, I said defiantly, pushing back my chair and rising to my feet. If that's how you want it, I'm gone. Don't ever try to find me. Ignoring my mother's muffled sobs of mortification, I turned and marched out of that gaudy, overbearing mansion without a second glance. The disowned daughter, cut off from the only life I'd ever known. But instead of fear and sorrow, I felt hope. Hope for a life on my own terms, away from their twisted value system. A life where I could stay true to myself and chase my calling. As the door slammed behind me, I took a deep, resolute breath. This was just the beginning. I stood on my Aunt Nora's modest doorstep, a single duffel bag containing my meager belongings clutched tightly in my hand. My chest was still heaving from the bitter confrontation with my parents. After being so definitively disowned and exiled, I had nowhere else to go. The door swung open and there stood Nora, her face a mixture of sadness and fierce pride as she took in my stoic expression. "Oh, sweetie, come in," she said gently, pulling me into a warm embrace. In that moment, her arms felt like the only safe place left in the world. She ushered me inside to the cozy living room, such a stark contrast from the cold, museum-like decor of my childhood home. "I can't tell you how sorry I am you had to go through that," Nora said once we were seated on the well-worn sofa. Her eyes shone with a too familiar look of disdain as she spoke of her estranged sister Meredith. "But I want you to know, you now have a true home here. One without all those ridiculous, materialistic strings attached." Hearing those compassionate words after being berated and belittled for so long was like ripping off a weighted straitjacket. I could breathe again. "Thank you, Aunt Nora," I replied, a small smile tugging at the corners of my mouth for the first time in ages. "You have no idea how freeing it feels to get away from their toxic obsession with status and money." I paused, anger bubbling up again at the thought of the vile way my own parents had discarded me. Not that it should surprise me, I suppose. Seems pretty on brand for people willing to destroy the whole planet just to line their pockets with another buck. Nora's face contorted with a pained expression, and she squeezed my hand. "Sweetie, there's something you need to know about your parents." She then proceeded to shed light on the sordid truth behind my family's ill-gotten fortune. How my father's business empire was built on a deep-rooted web of environmental exploitation, corruption, and backroom dealing. How they had surreptitiously poisoned lands, bribed officials, and stopped at nothing to grow richer while leaving a trail of ecological devastation in their wake. A confounding mix of emotions swirled within me as I processed this. Disgust and outrage, but also a sense of vindication. Of course, they had done something this vile and short-sighted. Money and power were the only things that mattered in their sick, twisted world. But amid the anger, a newfound determination took root. If these revelations were true, and I didn't doubt my aunt's words for a second, then my parents deserved to lose everything. To have their beloved empire crumble around them in karmic reckoning for the destruction they'd wrought. In that moment, I vowed to take them down and expose their lies, no matter what it took. They had shattered our family with their greed and disdain for my values. Now it was my turn to shatter their world and make them pay for their unforgivable sins. "Don't worry, Aunt Nora," I stated with steel in my voice, gripping her hand tight. "These truths won't stay buried forever. I'll make sure of that." She looked back at me with a sad smile, giving my hand a reassuring squeeze. Whether she knew it or not, I was no longer just her niece seeking shelter. I was a woman with the grudge, and a righteous path to justice, no matter how painful it would be. My rebirth had begun. My first day at Warren High was overwhelming, to say the least. After being homeschooled my whole life by a parade of aristocratic tutors, the idea of a normal public school setting was entirely foreign. But if I was going to take my parents down and reveal their wicked lies, I needed to blend into society away from their prying eyes. I clutched my beat-up backpack tightly as I waded through the bustling hallways, dodging past rambunctious cliques of teens. Their exuberant chatter and loud hormonal bursts of laughter were jarring compared to the eerie silence I was accustomed to. Part of me felt exposed and vulnerable, without the protective high walls of the mansion to hide behind. "Hey, you must be the new girl." A friendly voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the din. I turned to see a diminutive girl with vibrant purple hair and an abundant display of facial piercings smiling warmly at me. A fashion rebel if I'd ever seen one, the type that would have sent my prim mother into hysterics. Yeah, hi," I stammered, caught off guard. "I'm Alara." "Alara, cool," she replied enthusiastically, throwing her arm around my shoulders. The embrace was so foreign, yet oddly comforting. "I'm Jamie. Come on, let me show you around this drab place." And with that, Jamie launched into a whirlwind introduction as she escorted me through the winding halls, proudly pointing out every classroom, stairwell, and even certain illegal hangout spots, like she was giving a tour of Buckingham Palace. In that short span, I gleaned that under Jamie's eccentric exterior beat the heart of a true tech whiz and amateur hacker. She practically built the school's computer network from scratch herself. More importantly, I realized she was a devout environmentalist who was trying to make genuine change, unlike my parents' empty lip service while ravaging the planet. "You're like my spirit animal," I admitted with a laugh as she finished laying out her vision for a student-run environmental alliance club. Jamie beamed back at me, giving my shoulder a friendly nudge. "Then you'll have to join my little eco-warrior crew. We've got some pretty rad plans that I think you'd diva all over." And just like that, I'd stumbled into my first real human connection. Someone who got me, flaws and all, without arbitrary judgment or pretense. An ally who could actually aid me in disrupting my parents' nefarious dealing and forcing them to face the consequences they so richly deserved. Over the next few weeks, Jamie introduced me to the rest of her tight-knit group, including members of the newly formed Environmental Alliance. Each had their own unique skill and tragic story motivating them, like Ben, whose family farm was ruined by toxic chemical runoff, or Letitia, who lost her home to unnatural storm surges and coastal erosion. It was freeing to finally be around people who understood the severity of what was happening to our planet instead of burying their heads in the sand like wealthy ostriches. Their passion was infectious and gave me hope that our mission for redemption wasn't impossible. But my primary motivator was Lila's involvement. Once she'd finally mustered the courage to reach out and admit how poisonous our parents were, she started funneling me insider information on their under-the-table dealings. Every incriminating detail she passed along was like coal stoking the furnace of my anger. I can't keep living this lie, doing their dirty work. She confessed through tears during one of our covert video calls. "You were right all along, Alara. They're utter monsters." Watching the despondent way my baby sister's spirit was crushed by our parents' manipulation and greed cemented my resolve. If taking them down was the only way to break this endless cycle of toxicity, then so be it. "Don't worry, sis," I said, squeezing her hand through the pixelated screen. "Pretty soon, the Baxters are going to get everything they deserve." "I have to show you something," Aunt Nora said gravely as she joined me in the living room one evening. The look of pained resolve on her face instantly put me on edge. "What's going on?" I asked, my mind automatically jumping to some new outrage from my monstrous parents. At this point, nothing could surprise me when it came to their depravity. Nora wordlessly handed me a bulging manila envelope, her hand trembling slightly. I've been holding on to these for years, just in case the day came when the truth had to come out. My brow furrowed in confusion as I tore open the envelope and began rifling through the documents inside. Page after page of incriminating evidence, blueprints, financial statements, even photo and video proof. Of what exactly, I wasn't quite sure at first, but as the pieces started clicking into place, realization dawned with a sickening chill. Oh my God! I gasped, feeling like I'd been sucker punched in the gut. Are you telling me? Yes, Nora replied with a grim nod. Thomas and Meredith's entire empire is built on a foundation of illegal environmental destruction, exploitation, you name it. They've paid off countless regulators and policymakers to look the other way while decimating protected lands and watersheds for their own profits. The anger came swelling up like an unstoppable wave inside me as I continued poring over the documents. Photos of rainforest acres leveled by bulldozers to make room for a private resort. Video of factory pipes clandestinely pumping waste into pristine rivers. Even a money trail linking my father to an underground animal poaching ring. At that moment, I was sickened by the thought that even a single cent of my parents' blood money had lined my silver spoon upbringing. How many acres were pillaged, how many species rendered extinct, all to fund their lavish and meaningless lifestyle. We have to expose them, I said, clutching the documents with shaking hands. There was no other option, no more moral gray area. These revelations essentially confirmed that my parents were criminal eco-terrorists, and they needed to be stopped by any means necessary. The world has to know the truth about what kind of monsters they really are. Nora sighed deeply and nodded. I knew there'd come a day when you'd be ready to handle this truth, Alara. That's why I've been quietly gathering more proof over the years and funneling it to some trusted environmental groups. We're going to bring your parents' empire crumbling down around them. I felt the first pangs of guilt at the thought of betraying my own family so profoundly. But then I remembered Lila's tormented face and how our parents' greed had shattered her spirit. And I thought about the Environmental Alliance crew who had welcomed me with open arms. Jamie, Ben, Letitia, and the others who all deserved a better world than the pillaged wasteland my parents were leaving behind. That was when I realized this wasn't a betrayal, but justice. I was the only one willing to make the hard choice and stop this generational cycle of plundering and destruction. Don't worry, I'm ready, I said fiercely, clenching my fist around the evidence. The Baxters are going down, once and for all. No more innocents will suffer because of their eco-terrorism. Not on my watch. We need to move carefully, Jamie cautioned as we pored over the trove of incriminating evidence against my parents. If your dad gets even a whiff that we're onto his dirty dealings, who knows how far he'll go to bury this? I shuddered at the thought. After seeing the depths of environmental devastation he was capable of, all in pursuit of profit, it wasn't hard to imagine Thomas Baxter resorting to violent lengths to protect his empire. She's right, Nora chimed in, wringing her hands anxiously. These people have no boundaries when it comes to covering their tracks. We have to be meticulous. I could see the wariness in their eyes, the fear of crossing the wealthy and powerful Baxter family, but I refused to be deterred. This was about more than just revenge. It was about justice and making my parents atone for their corporate eco-terrorism. Don't worry, I stated firmly, locking eyes with each of them. They're not going to get away with these atrocities any longer, and they're sure as hell not going to intimidate me into silence. With grim determination, we got to work building an airtight case using the evidence Nora provided along with Jamie's technical wizardry to unearth even more damning paper trails. Every new revelation stoked the fires of my anger hotter. Shady real estate dealings to illegally develop fragile wetlands, under-the-table payments to senators to loosen environmental regulations, even a rare animal smuggling ring traced back to my father's inner circle. All the while, Lila continued funneling inside information to aid our efforts, including key financial data and witness testimony from disgruntled ex-employees. We were slowly but surely unraveling my parents' entire twisted web of lies and seeing the full scale of their crimes. "Mom and Dad are getting sloppy," Lila said during one of our covert video calls, a grim look etched on her face. "Ever since they strong-armed the mayor into greenlighting that new pipeline project, they've been getting bolder, more reckless in covering their tracks." I could see the toll this was taking on my little sister, being surrounded by our parents' toxicity, day in and day out. But she was committed to doing whatever it took to bring them down, her inner strength and inspiration to me. "We're closer than ever before," I assured her, gripping the edge of my laptop until my knuckles turned white. "Once we expose them, make sure the world sees them for the eco-terrorists they are, this will all be over soon." As momentum built, my eco-warrior crew and I moved from clandestine investigation to planning our big public offensive. We began organizing protests and awareness campaigns to rally support before detonating our bombshell revelation of the Baxter criminal empire. Jamie's hacking skills let us surreptitiously hijack electronic billboards and news tickers to amplify our message. "This is really happening," Ben said in an awed whisper as we watched video of our eco-avengers rallying cry plastered across Times Square's massive screens. For the first time, despite the very real threats, I allowed myself to feel a glimmer of hope. We were making waves that my parents could no longer ignore or bury. People were opening their eyes to the harsh realities of unchecked corporate greed at the expense of the environment, and soon they would know exactly who to hold accountable. But the higher our flames burned, the more pushback we received. First from restricted access and non-compliance with information requests, then outright intimidation from private security goons trying to scare us into submission. They clearly caught wind that I was the one leading this revolt against my family's empire. It all came to a terrifying head when several menacing-looking thugs showed up at Aunt Nora's doorstep, trying to force their way inside. "You need to stop whatever vendetta this is before you and your family get hurt," one of them growled, his fist hammering on the door. The Baxters don't take well to disobedience. I felt icy tendrils of fear snake their way through me at the implied threat. These weren't just hollow intimidation tactics. They were a harsh glimpse at how far my parents would go to safeguard their blood-soaked legacy. When I finally emerged and showed my face, the lead goon's eyes went wide with shock. "You? Thomas and Meredith's kid is behind this?" In that moment, I realized just how unforgivable my defiance was in their eyes, a betrayal that went far beyond disobedience. I was dismantling everything they'd spent decades so meticulously building. "That's right," I said, my voice dripping with venom as I stared the hulking man down. "And you can tell those eco-terrorist scumsuckers I'm just getting started." "Are you sure about this, Alara?" Jamie asked me one final time as we made the last few keystrokes to initiate our plan. "Because once we hit send, there's no turning back. Your parents are going to come firing back with both barrels." I nodded resolutely, steeling my nerves as the others in our crew exchanged uneasy looks. They knew as well as I did that this was the point of no return. I'm sure they've had this coming for a very long time. After months of hushed planning and covert information gathering, we were finally ready to unleash our bombshell on the world. A fully constructed website called Baxterpocalypse, containing every last scrap of evidence, testimony, and documentation of the Baxter family's rampant illegal environmental crimes and corruption. Taking a deep breath, I hit the enter key and watched as the nauseating sight of my parents' smirking faces took over our screen alongside the site's garish logo. It was almost impressive in its sheer scale. Bribery, habitat destruction, poaching, you name it, they had a hand in it, all to satisfy their gluttonous appetite for ever more wealth and power. And just like that, the digital wildfire began. Within mere hours, our expose had spread across every news network and social media platform like a juggernaut, sparking outrage and heated debates. Suddenly, everyone wanted to weigh in on the highly public and scandalous downfall of the once idolized Baxter corporate empire. Photos and videos splashed across the internet in rapid succession. Thomas being led out of Baxter headquarters in handcuffs, a visibly shell-shocked Meredith screaming at reporters, assets and properties being seized by authorities. "It's really over." Lila gasped as we watched rapturously from Nora's living room. Beneath her relief, I could see immense pain and guilt, the realization of how deep the rot in our family tree truly went. I pulled her into a fierce hug, holding her tight. "No, sis, it's just the beginning." Fallout and chaos descended rapidly in the aftermath as the world finally saw the sickening reality behind the Baxters' sprawling empire. High-profile celebrities and politicians were caught in the crossfire, forced to publicly denounce their ties to my parents or join them in ruin. Overnight, they went from pillars of high society to the most reviled family in America. And at the smoldering center of it all, I stood tall and defiant, the remorseless daughter willing to do the unthinkable to make them atone for their sins against the environment and humanity. My phone began ringing incessantly with calls from numbers I didn't recognize. No doubt hired goons and lawyers trying to intimidate me into stopping, but I just let them ring, a small, vengeful smile creeping across my face. No matter what they threw at me, there was no stopping the truth from being widely exposed. The Baxters were disgraced, discredited, and finally being held accountable on a global stage. As the hours ticked by, I wondered if they were receiving my message loud and clear. No more innocents would suffer at the altar of their greed and exploitation. Not on my watch. I was the karmic reckoning they deserved, and it was only the beginning of the price they'd pay. Please state your name for the record. Lila swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she gripped the edges of the witness stand. In the packed courtroom, the weight of the moment seemed to smother us all. "Lila Baxter?" she said in a small but unwavering voice. I could see the internal struggle play out across her face as she stared forward, trying her best to avoid locking eyes with our glaring parents seated beside their utterly humiliated legal team. This was the moment of truth, the point of no return. After helping funnel information for our exposé, Lila was the star witness against Mom and Dad, the inside source who could corroborate every last illegal activity in striking detail. "You don't have to do this, sweetheart," Mom pleaded, a desperate whine in her voice as she leaned in to speak in hushed tones to her lawyer. "Just refuse to answer their questions. Walk away right now, and this can all be over." Despite her theatrical coaching, I could hear the veiled threat behind Mom's words. Our whole lives had been built on dominance and control, shunning any who dared defy their authoritarianism. Lila's defection was unforgivable in their eyes. My blood boiled watching Mom and Dad continue intimidating and manipulating their own daughter, even as their tightly constructed lies crumbled around them. After the world had seen the full extent of their corporate eco-terrorism, you'd think they'd finally be humbled or show remorse. But no. That arrogance ran too deeply. For a torturous moment, Lila's eyes darted over to their scowling faces, the ultimatum clear as day. Be a good little soldier and continue enabling their depravity, or finally break ranks and turn them over to face justice once and for all. When our eyes met from across the courtroom, I could see the agony etched in her expression. Despite all the pain Mom and Dad inflicted on both of us, there was still some childlike longing to win back their twisted version of love. I gave her a single, resolute nod, trying to convey everything in that simple motion. "Be strong, sis. Do the right thing for yourself and for the world our parents have tried destroying their whole lives." Lila sucked in a deep breath, sat up a little straighter, and met the prosecutor's gaze. "I'm ready," she stated firmly. Like pulling a loose thread, Lila's courageous decision to testify unraveled the insidious Baxter criminal empire entirely. For over a week, she commanded that stand with a sense of purpose I'd never seen from her before, delivering one bombshell revelation after another. I'll never forget the look on Mom and Dad's faces as the sordid details finally tumbled out. Their backroom deals with shady developers, the offshore shell companies, and secret slush funds used to bribe politicians, even their half-ownership stake in an underground rhino horn smuggling ring. They went stark white, all pretenses finally shattered. And through it all, as the mountains of damning evidence piled up, they stared daggers through Lila like a third daughter, not one of flesh and blood, but of pure turncoat vengeance. In the end, my dear sister's unwavering courage sent our wretched parents to be fitted for matching orange jumpsuits. With a stoic defiance, She obliterated their criminal empire and broke the cycle of fear and domination that had tightened around our family for decades. I've never been more proud of her. "I still can't believe all this was Mom and Dad's," Lila remarked, her nose crinkling slightly as we took in the lavish decor of the Baxter estate. The sprawling family manor loomed over us like an opulent mausoleum, all of its grandeur and imported aesthetic feeling hollow and empty now. Stripped of its disgraced owner's ill-gotten fortune, the place had fallen into quiet disrepair under the receivership awaiting its inevitable liquidation sale. "Well, get ready to say goodbye to it," I replied firmly, because the real victory is just beginning. In the weeks following our parents' landmark conviction and sentencing on a litany of environmental crimes and ethics violations, a tidal wave of reform had been unleashed. Federal and state prosecutors were scouring other bad actors and corporations empowered to dismantle the systemic foundations of greed and destruction propping up the Baxter empire. It was like watching an entire industry of white-collar eco-terrorists being dragged into the harsh light and held accountable, every bribed official, every corner cut in the name of profit margins being exposed in real time. And at the heart of this new movement for environmental justice were my friends and former allies like Jamie and the Eco Avengers crew. Something beautiful was unfolding in the aftermath, rising from the ashes. Lands were being reclaimed and species re-protected. Enforcement of regulations had real teeth again, and a new generation of voices was emerging to speak truth to power and demand substantive change. As Lila and I wandered the grounds, it was cleansing to watch the symbols of our parents' greed and excess being dismantled, the stables emptied of their expensive stallions, landscaping crews beginning to tear out the imported exotic gardens. Like shedding plague-ridden garments, we were sloughing off the trappings of a dark family legacy that had poisoned us from birth. "Hey," Lila said, breaking me from my thoughts, "could you show me what we'll be helping to restore?" She nodded solemnly toward the sprawling forest acreage bordering the estate, part of the protected watershed my parents had schemed to develop for decades until my rebellion. I saw the remorse in her eyes, the sincerity behind her desire to make amends. "Of course." Hand in hand, we walked in silence through the towering oak trees and lush underbrush, stopping to admire the pristine woodland streams. For the first time, I was able to see this land for what it was, not some potential asset to be exploited, but a precious bastion of natural serenity so rare in our world. As the sunlight filtered through the canopy and birdsongs echoed all around us, peace enveloped my soul like a warm embrace. This was what I had been fighting so hard for, to protect sanctuaries like this from the ravages of greed and myopic overconsumption. And now, working alongside my sister and a new generation of dedicated environmental champions, I would be part of reclaiming and restoring the planet we had so mindlessly pillaged for far too long. Lila gave my hand a gentle squeeze, tears shimmering in her eyes. We'd endured so much trauma and heartbreak to get to this point, but those old wounds were finally scabbing over. "Thank you, Alara," she said, her voice thick with emotion, "for never giving up on me or the world." I smiled back at her, returning the squeeze as we took in the serenity surrounding us. "That's what family is for, sis. Now let's get to work repairing what's broken." We had won this battle, torn down the foundations of a toxic regime. But the real victory was just beginning, to rebuild something better from the wreckage, nurturing a brighter future in the process. And from this new beginning, hope could finally blossom again. I stared at the message on my phone, my heart pounding. The name on the screen sent a jolt of dread through me, Marlowe. After all these years, she had the audacity to reach out, her demands as brazen as they were infuriating. "Arden, I need a $25 loan for my wedding. I know it's a lot, but I'm in a bind and you're the only one who can help. Remember how I was there for you back in college? Time to return the favor. Let me know ASAP." I scoffed, the memories of that betrayal still as raw as the day it happened. Marlowe had been my closest friend in college, the one I trusted implicitly, until she shattered that trust, exposing my deepest secret to the entire campus, nearly ruining my life. "Arden, honey, is everything okay?" Everett's concerned voice snapped me out of my reverie. I looked up to see my husband standing by my side, brows furrowed. "It's Marlowe. I said, handing him the phone. She's asking for a $25,000 loan for her wedding. Everett's eyes widened as he read the message. After what she did to you in college? The nerve of her. He sat down next to me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. What are you going to do? I sighed, leaning into his comforting embrace. I don't know. Part of me wants to tell her to go to hell, but another part of me... I trailed off, the familiar ache of betrayal resurfacing. Hey, Everett said softly, turning me to face him. Whatever you decide, I'm here for you. We'll figure this out together. I smiled gratefully, knowing I could always count on Everett's unwavering support. After years of avoiding Marlowe, this unexpected intrusion into my life had shaken me, but I was no longer the naive college student she had once exploited. I paused, steeling my resolve. I think we should use this as an opportunity to finally get the justice I've been craving all these years. Everett's brows rose, but he didn't interrupt as I continued. Marlowe has never faced any real consequences for what she did. She just waltzed through life while I had to pick up the pieces. But now she's getting married, and her fiancé has no idea what kind of person she really is. So you want to expose her? Everett asked, a glint of understanding in his eyes. I nodded. Exactly. We'll play along, act like we're willing to help her, and then, at her engagement party or wedding, we'll reveal the truth about her. Her lies, her manipulations, everything. Let her precious fiancé and all her friends see her for who she really is. Everett considered my plan, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'm in. It's time Marlowe finally faces the consequences of her actions. Relief flooded through me, and I pulled Everett into a tight hug. Thank you, my love. Together we'll make sure she never forgets what she did to me. As I held Everett, a fire ignited within me, a desire for retribution that had been smoldering for years. Marlowe had once held the power to hurt me, to nearly destroy my life. But now the tables were about to turn. This was my chance to finally get the justice I deserved. After reading Marlowe's audacious request, Everett and I sat in contemplative silence, the weight of her words hanging heavy between us. I could see the gears turning in his mind, his brow furrowed as he considered our next move. So what are you thinking? I finally asked, breaking the tension. Everett shifted in his seat, turning to face me. Well, we could just ignore her, pretend we never saw the message, and move on with our lives. I shook my head. No, I don't think I can do that, not after what she did to me in college. The way she betrayed my trust, humiliated me in front of everyone. I clenched my fists, the memories still raw and painful. Everett reached out and gently placed his hand over mine, his touch calming the storm of emotions within me. I understand, Arden. I know how much that hurt you, and I don't blame you for wanting some kind of justice. Then what do you think we should do? I asked, searching his eyes for guidance. Well, Everett began, we could play along, act like we're willing to help her, and then, when the time is right, we expose her for the conniving, deceitful person she is. I couldn't help but feel a sense of grim satisfaction at the idea. You mean, reveal all her lies and manipulations in front of her fiancé and friends? Let them see the real Marlowe? Everett nodded, a determined glint in his eye. Exactly. We'll gather all the evidence we can, her affairs, her financial misdeeds, everything. And then we'll confront her, publicly, at her engagement party or wedding. Let her see the consequences of her actions. The thought of Marlowe's world crumbling around her was almost too good to be true. Do you really think we can pull that off? I asked, a hint of uncertainty creeping into my voice. Everett reached out and cupped my face, his gentle touch a stark contrast to the intensity of his gaze. I know we can, Arden. We'll be thorough, we'll be careful, and we'll make sure justice is served. For you, for our family, and for all the people Marlowe has hurt. I nodded, my resolve strengthening with each of his words. Okay, let's do it. Let's show Marlowe that she can't get away with what she did to me, not anymore. That's my girl, Everett said, a proud smile spreading across his face. He pulled me into a tight embrace, and I allowed myself to melt into his comforting warmth. As I held on to Everett, the memories of Marlowe's betrayal resurfaced, a painful reminder of how she had once shattered my world. But this time, things would be different. This time, I would be the one in control, the one who held the power to expose her true nature. I'll never forgive her for what she did, I murmured into Everett's shoulder, but I'm ready to make her pay for it. Everett's grip tightened around me, and I knew he was just as determined as I was to see this through. Together, we would uncover Marlowe's web of lies and deceit, and watch as her perfect world came crashing down around her. The thought filled me with a sense of dark satisfaction, a hunger for revenge that had been simmering for far too long. Marlowe had once held the power to hurt me, but now the tables had turned. It was time for her to face the consequences of her actions. With Everett's support, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. We were going to expose Marlowe's true colors, and this time she wouldn't be able to escape the consequences of her actions. Okay, so where do we start? I asked, my mind racing with possibilities. First, we need to gather as much evidence as we can, Everett said, his brow furrowed in concentration. Anything that can prove she's been lying and manipulating people. I nodded, already mentally sifting through the memories of our college days. I remember she was always flirting with her ex-boyfriend, even when she was supposedly committed to her then-boyfriend. And didn't she do something shady with her finances? Exactly, Everett replied. We need to dig into her recent history, see what kind of dirt we can find. I'll start looking into her financial records, see if there's any evidence of fraud or mishandling of funds. And I'll see what I can find out about her ex-boyfriend and this supposed affair, I said, determination stealing my voice. If she's still seeing him behind Dalton's back, that could be the key to bringing her down. Everett reached over and gave my hand a gentle squeeze. I know this isn't easy, Arden, but we're in this together. We'll make sure Marlowe pays for what she's done. I returned his reassuring smile, grateful for his unwavering support. I know, and I'm ready to do whatever it takes to get the justice I've been craving all these years. Over the next few days, Everett and I worked tirelessly, piecing together the evidence that would ultimately destroy Marlowe's carefully crafted facade. I reached out to old college friends, discreetly inquiring about Marlowe's recent behavior, and the stories they shared only fueled my desire for revenge. Can you believe she's been spreading these awful rumors about you, even all these years later? One former classmate told me, her voice laced with disgust. And did you know she's been cheating on her fiancé with her ex-boyfriend, the guy she swore she was over back in college? I clenched my jaw, my hands trembling with anger. No, I had no idea. But I'm going to make sure Dalton knows the truth before it's too late. As I relayed the information to Everett, he shook his head in disbelief. Unbelievable. The nerve of her to try and ruin your life all over again. But don't worry, we're going to put an end to her little charade once and for all. Together, we compiled a detailed dossier of Marlowe's transgressions, documenting her infidelity, her financial deceptions, and the lies she had told over the years. The evidence was damning, and we knew that when the time came, it would be impossible for Marlowe to wriggle her way out of it. We're all set, Everett said, giving me a reassuring smile. Now all we have to do is wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. Okay, let's do this. It's time Marlowe learned that you can't betray me and get away with it. With our plan in motion, I felt a sense of both trepidation and anticipation. The chance to finally confront Marlowe and see her world crumble was both exhilarating and daunting. But I knew that Everett was by my side, and together we would make sure that Marlowe's day of reckoning had arrived. With the evidence we had gathered, Everett and I felt confident in our ability to finally bring Marlowe to justice. But the thought of confronting her still filled me with a mix of emotions. Excitement, trepidation, and a lingering sense of unease. Are you sure you're ready for this, Arden? Everett asked, his brow furrowed with concern as he studied my expression. I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. I have to be. After everything Marlowe put me through, I can't let her get away with it anymore. Everett nodded, reaching out to give my hand a reassuring squeeze. I'm here with you every step of the way. We'll make sure she pays for what she's done. Gathering my courage, I picked up my phone and began composing a message to Marlowe. I needed to play along, at least for now if we were going to pull off our plan. Marlowe, I've been thinking about your request, I typed, my fingers trembling slightly. I know we've had our differences in the past, but you're still my friend, and I want to help. Would you be willing to let Everett and I attend your engagement party? I'd love the chance to celebrate with you. I paused, reading the message over and over again, before finally hitting send. The response was almost immediate. Arden, I'm so glad you're willing to put the past behind us. Of course, you and Everett are more than welcome to come to the engagement party. It would mean the world to me to have you there. Let me know if you need any other details. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disgust at Marlowe's feigned enthusiasm. It was as if she had completely forgotten the pain she had caused me, the way she had betrayed my trust all those years ago. She bought it, I said to Everett, my voice laced with a mixture of triumph and trepidation. Everett's expression hardened, a steely determination in his eyes. Good. Now we can put the final pieces of our plan in place. Over the next few days, Everett and I worked tirelessly to ensure that every detail of our confrontation was meticulously planned. We pored over the evidence we had gathered, rehearsing our lines, anticipating Marlowe's potential reactions. What if she tries to deny everything? I asked, my brow furrowed with worry. Then we'll be ready, Everett assured me. We have the proof, Arden. Marlowe won't be able to wriggle her way out of this one. I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. This was our chance to finally get the justice I had been craving for years. No more hiding, no more running. It was time to face Marlowe head-on. As the engagement party drew closer, the tension in our household grew palpable. Lila, our 8-year-old daughter, could sense the change in the air, and she would often ask if everything was okay. It will be, sweetheart, I would tell her, managing a reassuring smile. Mommy and Daddy just have some important business to take care of. Lila would nod, her bright eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and concern. I hated keeping her in the dark, but I knew that this wasn't something she needed to be involved in. This was my battle, one that I had to fight for the sake of our family. The night before the party, Everett and I sat together, going over our plan one last time. We were as ready as we could be, and the anticipation was nearly palpable. Are you sure you want to do this, Arden? Everett asked, his voice soft and gentle. I met his gaze, my resolve unwavering. I have to, Everett, for my own peace of mind and for our family's future. It's time Marlowe finally faced the consequences of her actions. Everett nodded, pulling me into a warm embrace. Then let's do this. Together. The night before the engagement party, I could barely sleep. Anticipation and nerves swirled together, creating a restless anxiety that refused to subside. Everett, sensing my unease, pulled me close, his steady heartbeat a reassuring rhythm. It's going to be okay, Arden, he murmured, his warm breath tickling my cheek. We've got this. I nodded, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves. I know, it's just... What if something goes wrong? What if Marlowe manages to wiggle her way out of this somehow? Everett's grip tightened around me, and I could feel the determination in his embrace. That's not going to happen. We've got all the evidence we need. Marlowe won't be able to talk her way out of this. I wanted to believe him, to let his confidence bolster my own, but a part of me still harbored doubts. Marlowe had always been skilled at manipulation, at twisting the truth to suit her own needs. What if she managed to do it again? Hey, Everett said, gently tilting my chin so that I was looking into his eyes. I know you're worried, but we've got this. Together, we're going to make sure Marlowe finally gets what she deserves. His words stirred a fire within me, reminding me of the justice I had craved for so long. Marlowe had to pay for what she'd done, and this was our chance to make it happen. You're right, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. We're going to do this, Everett, for me, for our family, and for everyone else she's hurt. Everett smiled, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. That's my girl. Now, let's go over the plan one more time, just to be sure we're ready. We spent the next several hours meticulously reviewing our strategy, anticipating every possible scenario, and rehearsing our lines. The evidence we had gathered was overwhelming, and we knew that Marlowe would have no choice but to face the consequences of her actions. As the engagement party drew closer, the tension in our household grew palpable. Lila, our 8-year-old daughter, could sense the change in the air, and she would often ask if everything was okay. It will be, sweetheart, I would tell her, managing a reassuring smile. Mommy and Daddy just have some important business to take care of. Lila would nod, her bright eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and concern. I hated keeping her in the dark, but I knew that this wasn't something she needed to be involved in. This was my battle, one that I had to fight for the sake of our family. The night before the party, Everett and I sat together, going over our plan one last time. We were as ready as we could be, and the anticipation was nearly palpable. "Are you sure you want to do this, Arden?" Everett asked, his voice soft and gentle. I met his gaze, my resolve unwavering. "I have to, Everett, for my own peace of mind and for our family's future. It's time Marlo finally faced the consequences of her actions." Everett nodded, pulling me into a warm embrace. "Then let's do this, together." As I held on to Everett, I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Tomorrow, Marlo's world would come crashing down, and I would finally have the closure I'd been seeking for all these years. No more hiding, no more running. It was time to confront her, once and for all. The moment of reckoning had arrived. As Everett and I walked into the lavish engagement party, the air was thick with anticipation. Marlo greeted us with a wide, saccharine smile, completely oblivious to the storm that was about to descend upon her. "Arden? Everett, I'm so glad you could make it," she gushed, giving me a hug that felt more like a trap than a genuine display of affection. "I'm so happy we could put the past behind us." I forced a smile, my stomach churning with a mixture of nerves and determination. "Of course, Marlo. We wouldn't have missed this for the world." Everett placed a reassuring hand on the small of my back, his silent support giving me the strength to carry on. As we mingled with the other guests, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Marlo was the center of attention, basking in the adoration of her friends and family, completely unaware of the impending downfall that awaited her. Finally, as the party was in full swing, Everett and I exchanged a meaningful glance. "It was time. Marlo, can we have a word with you and Dalton?" I asked, my voice calm and steady. Marlo's brow furrowed, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. "Of course, Arden. Is everything all right?" "We have something we need to discuss," Everett said, his tone firm and unwavering. "It's important." Marlo led us to a secluded corner of the room, Dalton trailing behind her, a confused expression on his face. "What's going on?" Dalton asked, his eyes darting between Everett and me. I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. "Dalton, I'm sorry, but there's something you need to know about Marlo." Marlo's eyes widened, a flash of panic crossing her face. "Arden, what are you talking about?" "Marlo, I have evidence that you've been cheating on Dalton with your ex-boyfriend," I began, my voice unwavering. "And that's not all. We also have proof of your financial deceptions and the lies you've been telling everyone for years." Dalton's face contorted in a mix of shock and disbelief. "What? Marlo, is this true?" Marlo's facade crumbled, and she frantically tried to defend herself. "Dalton, no, it's not what you think. Arden is just making this up. She's always had it out for me." But Everett stepped forward, his expression grim. "That's not true, Marlo. We have the evidence right here." He pulled out a thick folder filled with documents and messages and handed it to Dalton. Dalton's hands trembled as he flipped through the pages, his face growing paler with each passing moment. This is all true?" Marlo's eyes darted around the room, as if searching for an escape, but there was nowhere for her to hide. The guests had started to gather, drawn by the commotion, and Dalton's cries had captured their attention. "Dalton, please, you have to believe me," Marlo pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. "Arden is lying. She's trying to ruin my life." But Dalton shook his head, his expression hardening. "No, Marlo, the evidence is right here. You've been lying to me this entire time." The air was thick with tension as the reality of Marlo's betrayal sank in. The guests murmured in shock, their eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and disgust. Marlo's facade finally crumbled, and she broke down, tears streaming down her face. No, this can't be happening." I felt a sense of satisfaction as I watched her world come crashing down around her. This was the justice I had been seeking, the retribution I had craved for years. Marlo was finally facing the consequences of her actions. As the party descended into chaos, Everett wrapped his arm around my shoulder, pulling me close. "It's over, Arden. You did it." I nodded, a weight lifted from my shoulders. The nightmare was finally coming to an end, and I could finally start to heal. As the confrontation unfolded, the engagement party descended into chaos. Marlowe's desperate attempts to defend herself only served to further incriminate her, as Dalton pored over the damning evidence presented by Everett and me. "I can't believe this," Dalton said, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and betrayal. "All this time you've been lying to me, Marlowe, cheating on me, manipulating our finances." Marlowe's face was a mask of desperation, her carefully constructed facade crumbling before our eyes. "Dalton, please, you have to understand. Arden is just trying to ruin my life. She's always hated me, ever since college." But Dalton shook his head, his expression hardening. "No, Marlowe, the proof is right here. You've been deceiving me and everyone else for years. I can't be with someone I can't trust." Marlowe's eyes widened in horror as the realization dawned on her. "Dalton, no, you can't do this. We're supposed to be getting married." Dalton stepped back, his jaw set with determination. "Not anymore. I'm calling off the wedding. I want nothing to do with you, Marlowe. Not after this." Marlowe's facade crumbled, and she began to sob uncontrollably, her desperate pleas falling on deaf ears as the guests watched in stunned silence. I couldn't help but feel a sense of grim satisfaction, knowing that Marlowe was finally facing the consequences of her actions. Everett placed a reassuring hand on my back, his presence a steady anchor in the chaos. "It's over, Arden. You did it." I nodded, my heart still pounding with adrenaline. "Yes, it's over. Marlowe can't hurt me anymore." As the news of Marlowe's betrayal spread through the crowd, the guests began to murmur and whisper, casting judgmental glares in her direction. Dalton's family and friends quickly distanced themselves, leaving Marlowe isolated and ostracized. I watched as Marlowe's world crumbled around her, the weight of her lies and manipulations finally catching up to her. She frantically tried to salvage the situation, but her desperate pleas only served to further alienate her from those she had once called friends. Everett and I slipped away from the chaos, our work here done. As we walked to our car, I felt a strange mix of emotions: relief, satisfaction, and a hint of guilt. "How are you feeling?" Everett asked, his voice soft and understanding. I let out a long sigh. "I don't know. Part of me is glad that Marlowe finally got what she deserved, but I can't help but feel a little conflicted about it all." Everett nodded, reaching over to give my hand a gentle squeeze. "I know, Arden. It's not an easy thing to go through, even after all she's done to you. I never thought I'd be the one to bring her down like this," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "I never wanted to stoop to her level." "Hey," Everett said, turning to face me. "You didn't stoop to anything. You and we simply sought justice. Marlowe brought this all on herself. You have nothing to feel guilty about." I searched his eyes, finding the familiar warmth and reassurance that I had come to depend on. "You're right. I want to move on. You know, I don't want to dwell on the past anymore." Everett smiled, pulling me into a comforting embrace. "Then that's what we'll do. We'll focus on our future, on our family. Marlowe's downfall is behind us now." As I held on to Everett, I felt the tension in my body begin to melt away. The nightmare was finally over, and I could start to move forward, leaving the past where it belonged. With Everett by my side, I knew that I had the strength to rebuild and find the happiness I so deserved. In the aftermath of the confrontation, I found myself struggling with a range of emotions. Relief, satisfaction, and even a twinge of guilt warred within me as I grappled with the consequences of our actions. Everett, as always, was my steadfast rock, providing comfort and reassurance as I navigated this complex emotional landscape. "How are you feeling, Arden?" he asked one evening, his brow furrowed with concern as he studied my expression. I let out a long, heavy sigh. "I don't know. Part of me is glad that Marlowe finally faced the consequences of her actions, but I can't help but feel conflicted about the whole thing." Everett nodded, reaching out to give my hand a gentle squeeze. "I understand. It's not an easy thing to go through, even after everything she's done to you." I paused, struggling to put my thoughts into words. "I never wanted to become the kind of person who would stoop to her level. You know? I never wanted revenge to consume me." "But you didn't," Everett said, his voice firm and reassuring. "You and we sought justice. Marlowe brought this all on herself. You have nothing to feel guilty about." I met his gaze, finding the familiar warmth and understanding that had become my lifeline. "You're right. I guess I want to move on, to focus on our family and our future. I don't want to dwell on the past anymore. Everett smiled, pulling me into a comforting embrace. Then that's exactly what we'll do. Marlowe's downfall is behind us now. It's time to look ahead and build the life we deserve. As I held on to Everett, I felt the tension in my body start to melt away. The nightmare was finally over, and I could begin to heal and move forward. With Everett by my side, I knew that I had the strength to rebuild and find the happiness I so deserved. In the weeks that followed, I watched as Marlowe's world crumbled around her. She lost her fiancé, her friends, and even her job, as the truth of her deceptions spread like wildfire. Dalton, devastated by the revelation of her betrayal, cut all ties with her, leaving her isolated and alone. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her, despite everything she had done. Seeing the once confident and manipulative Marlowe reduced to a shell of her former self was a sobering reminder of the consequences of our actions. "Do you ever feel bad for her?" I asked Everett one evening, as we sat together on the porch, watching the sunset. Everett sighed, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. "Honestly, a little. I know what she did to you was unforgivable, but no one deserves to have their entire life fall apart like that." I nodded, leaning into his embrace. "I know. I want to move on, to focus on our own lives and our family. I don't want to dwell on the past anymore." "Then that's what we'll do," Everett said, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. "We'll build a future filled with love and happiness, one that Marlowe can never take away from us." I smiled, feeling a sense of renewed purpose and determination. Marlowe's downfall had been a necessary step, but it was time to turn our attention to the positive, to our relationship, our daughter Lila, and the countless possibilities that lay ahead. As we sat together watching the sun dip below the horizon, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The past may have been painful, but it had made me stronger, more resilient. And with Everett by my side, I knew that I could face whatever the future had in store. "I love you, Everett," I murmured, snuggling closer to him. "I love you too, Arden," he replied, his voice filled with warmth and affection. "Together, we can conquer anything." And in that moment, I knew that he was right. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together as a family and emerge stronger than ever before. The shrill ringing of my cell yanked me from a peaceful afternoon of recipe tweaking in the bakery kitchen. Glancing at the caller ID, I felt a pang of annoyance as Jenna's name flashed across the screen. "Hi, Grandma?" Her sugary tone sliced through the phone like nails on a chalkboard. "I'm calling about the wedding venues I've been looking at." Here we go again. Ever since announcing her engagement to Chad 3 months ago, my normally sweet granddaughter had transformed into a demanding bridezilla. "They're just so expensive," she whined. "I was hoping you could cover the cost for the Castle Manor estate. It's our dream venue, but it's like 40 grand for the reception hall and gardens." I clutched the phone tighter, choking back the urge to laugh at her audacity. $40,000? For a single day? That's more than I grossed in the bakery's first year. "Sweetheart, I don't have that kind of money," I replied evenly. "My bakery does well, but financing an entire wedding is beyond my means. Haven't Chad's wealthy parents offered to chip in?" There was an indignant huff on the other end. No, they haven't offered a dime. Chad's dad is totally broke from his divorce, and his mom spends every penny on Botox and designer handbags. So the gravy train ran dry on her fiancé's side, too. I should have seen this coming a mile away. "Well, I'm sorry, Jenna, but I simply can't afford it," I said firmly. "Look into something more reasonable for your budget." The next words that tumbled out of her mouth struck me like a sucker punch to the gut. "How can you be so selfish and greedy? After everything I've done for you over the years, helping out at the bakery in high school, being there for you after Grandpa died." Tears stung my eyes as her venomous words cut deep. My mind flashed back to those first agonizing years without Frank, when grief threatened to swallow me whole. Jenna had indeed been my rock along with Eli, keeping my dream of the bakery alive during those darkest days. But that didn't give her a blank check now, did it? "I'm very grateful for your help back then," I replied, struggling to keep my voice steady. "But that doesn't entitle you to bleed me dry over an exorbitant wedding. You're just a bitter old money hoarder." She shrieked, her true colors blazing through. I'll remember this, and so will the whole family." The line clicked dead, her parting shot still ringing in my ears. I sank into a chair, awash in disbelief and hurt. How had my once sweet, caring granddaughter become such a spoiled, toxic person? The roots of greed and entitlement ran deep, far deeper than I'd realized. If I didn't handle this correctly, she'd bleed the bakery dry to support her obscene spending. No, I wouldn't allow that to happen. Not after the literal blood, sweat, and tears I'd poured into this place over 25 years of widowhood. Jenna needed a wake-up call, a harsh dose of perspective to disabuse her of this delusional sense of entitlement. As platters of warm bread emerged from the oven, filling the air with a comforting yeasty aroma, an idea began taking shape. Jenna and that scamming fiancé of hers were in for a deliciously devious surprise. I spent the next few days in a fog of anger and disbelief over Jenna's outburst. Greedy? Selfish? Those words shouldn't even be in the same zip code as my name. Everything I had, this bakery, my home, my whole life, was built on selflessness, on putting others' needs ahead of my own at every turn, no matter how difficult the sacrifice. As I kneaded dough with stiff, aching hands, my mind rewound over 25 years. The sleepless nights spent crying into Frank's flannel shirts after his death, the oaky scent of his cologne tormenting me. Scraping together every penny of our meager savings to start this bakery, despite everyone saying I was crazy to go it alone. Working 18-hour days, struggling to keep the business afloat, all while mothering a newborn grandson as Eli's folks dealt with their own crises. Draining my retirement fund to put Jenna and Eli through college debt-free when their parents declared bankruptcy. Did any of that generosity, that selflessness, mean a damn thing to Jenna now? Apparently not. She saw me as nothing more than a bottomless well to fund her glitzy social climbing. "Everything okay, Grandma?" I glanced up to see Eli's concerned face in the bakery doorway, his worn Captain America t-shirt and tousled hair a comforting sight. "Hey, hon," I replied, managing a weak smile. "Just thinking too much, that's all." He ambled over, plucking a chocolate chip cookie from the cooling rack and flashing that warm, boyish grin that could make anyone's bad day better. "I heard about Jenna's latest antic," he said through a mouthful of gooey goodness. "Don't let her freaking bridezilla act get you down, okay? She's just stressed." Stressed? That didn't even begin to cover it. But ever the peacemaker, Eli could find excuses for Jenna that I couldn't. "She called me greedy and selfish," I admitted, unable to hide the hurt in my voice. "Said I was hoarding money like some miser instead of supporting her dream wedding." The half-eaten cookie tumbled from Eli's hand to the floor, his jaw going slack. "What? That's messed up, completely out of line. How could she say that to you after everything?" He slumped against the wall, raking his fingers through his shaggy mop of hair. From the shimmer in his eyes, it looked like he was a million miles away, revisiting those brutal early days after Frank's death like I had. We spent the next few minutes enveloped in a heavy silence, the weight of Jenna's cruelty hanging like a miasma between us, threatening to choke the air from our lungs. Only the hiss of the oven and the clanking of mixing bowls penetrated the stillness. "The worst part?" I finally said, gripping Eli's arm, needing to make him understand the gravity of this situation. "I think there's something really rotten going on with Chad, something she's not telling the family." His eyes narrowed quizzically, that boyish innocence evaporating like smoke. "What do you mean? Like he's just a deadbeat looking for a sugar mama, or—" I shook my head grimly. "No, I mean illegal rotten in a way that could really bring harm to Jenna if she gets pulled into his schemes." Sucking in a sharp breath, Eli ran his fingers through his hair again. Hard this time, like he was trying to dislodge the troubling thoughts crowding his mind. "You really think Chad could be mixed up in some kind of shady racket?" I gave a reluctant nod that made my stomach knot tighter. "Sweetheart, I know greed and desperation when I see it. I saw it every day when I worked the streets as a teenage runaway, doing whatever I had to scrape by." A darkness clouded Eli's eyes, and something hardened in his boyish features. "Then we've got to get to the bottom of this, Grandma," he declared, planting his hands defiantly on the countertop, and stop Jenna from making the biggest mistake of her life. A week later, Jenna swept into the bakery like a hellish bridezilla tornado, all traces of my sweet granddaughter buried under pounds of makeup and clouds of fake tan. "There you are," she chirped in a sugary tone, completely at odds with the anger still simmering between us. "I've got the most exciting news for you." I eyed her warily over the pastry case, noticing the blinding diamond rock on her finger, catching the light. So this was officially official now. "Hi, Jenna," I replied cautiously. "What's the big news?" Squealing like a hopped-up teenager, she thrust her hand towards me, adorned with that grotesquely oversized ring. "Chad proposed, for real this time, with an actual ring and everything. We're officially engaged." A weak smile tugged at my lips. "That's wonderful, dear. Congratulations." Her expression turned sly, eyes glittering with avarice, "And you'll be thrilled to hear we've decided to have our dream wedding right here in Bakersville, at the Castle Manor estate." My heart plummeted into my shoes, of course because no Bridezilla's fairy tale would be complete without a literal castle. "Oh, well that's lovely, I'm sure. Very grand." Jenna waved her hand in a nonchalant gesture. "Shh, grand smand. It's not like we need anything ridiculously over the top or flashy. Just a relatively simple, totally chill vibe, you know? Only the basic package with like the grand ballroom, ceremony gardens, cocktail lounge, and custom catering. Nothing insane." My jaw clenched as she laughed off the sheer luxury of it all. The basic package at Castle Manor would easily run 6 figures. I knew from attending a wedding there a few years ago. An amount that would cripple my entire life's nest egg. "But don't worry, Grandma, Chad and I have got it covered," she said in a reassuring tone. "No need to pitch in a single penny from your little bakery fund for this one." Something about the way her eyes glinted and the corners of her mouth curled sent a shiver down my spine. I'd seen that look 1,000 times hustling on street corners in my youth, sizing up marks to be fleeced. I'm sorry, Jenna, I don't quite follow." She rolled her eyes in feigned exasperation. "Dewey, we're putting the entire wedding on your bakery's credit line, duh. You won't have to pay a cent out of pocket." The tray of croissants slipped from my hands, scattering crumbs and shattered glass across the floor. I didn't even flinch, too stunned to feel anything but white-hot rage searing my veins. You want to what?" I rasped, desperately trying to process her gall. "Jenna, that's complete insanity. Do you have any idea how much Castle Manor costs?" Here we go again with the money hoarding." She jutted out her hip petulantly. "What's the big deal? You're just going to stick the charges on the bakery's credit card and pay it off with revenues over time like you always do. Simple as pie, Grandma." The blood pounded in my ears so furiously I could scarcely hear her conceited rationalizations over the rush. She wanted to bleed my life's work dry to pay for her garish display of vanity. "Listen to me very carefully," I growled in a low, controlled tone. "That is never, under any circumstances, going to happen. Not now, not ever. I won't let you leech off my business like some parasite just to fund your outrageously excessive party." Jenna's eyes went wide, nostrils flaring with indignant rage. In that moment, she was utterly unrecognizable. A grotesque, spoiled monster of entitlement, devoid of any shred of the granddaughter I'd adored. "You selfish, miserable old hag," she shrieked. "You don't deserve this bakery or a single penny to your wretched, worthless name." Snatching a ceramic cookie jar from the counter, she wailed and hurled it towards me. I ducked just in time as it shattered against the wall, spraying shards of pottery everywhere. Eli came barreling from the back room, eyes wild, just as Jenna whipped around and stormed out, nearly taking the front door off its hinges. "What the hell was that about?" he cried, pulling me into his arms as I broke down in huge, ragged sobs. Between hitching breaths, I recounted the whole sordid scheme she'd just laid out. By the end, Eli was pacing in a fury, muttering all kinds of profanities under his breath. Finally, he grabbed my shoulders urgently. "That does it, Grandma. I'm going to get to the bottom of Chad's shady BS once and for all. We can't let that scumbag take advantage of Jenna like this, or ransack your life's legacy for his greed." Wiping my tears, I gave him a grave nod of assent. What other choice did we have at this point? My granddaughter was a million miles gone, consumed by delusional superficiality and entitlement. If we didn't do something to stop this madness, she would take us all down with her. In the days following her blow-up at the bakery, Jenna remained reclusive. Holed up in her overpriced rental condo downtown, no doubt plotting her next move with that sneaky fiancé of hers. Meanwhile, Eli worked tirelessly to dig up any dirt he could find on Chad's background. He spent hours each night scanning public records, court dockets, and every shady corner of the internet. The worry lines etched deeper into his face with every passing day. Finally, he burst through the bakery doors one morning, eyes wild and face flushed. "I found something, Grandma. Something big." Abandoning the croissant dough I was kneading, I joined him in the small office, trying to brace myself for whatever bombshell he was about to drop. Eli's hands shook as he pulled up a folder on his laptop. "This is pretty heavy stuff," he said gravely. "Are you sure you want to know?" I gave him a resolute nod. At this point, how much worse could the truth about Chad really be? "Okay, here goes." Eli took a deep breath before launching in. "It's like we suspected. Chad's been mixed up in all kinds of scams and grifts going back years, multi-level marketing pyramid schemes, real estate frauds, shady investment ripoffs, you name it." My stomach turned as I digested the unpleasant revelation. A con artist, Jenna had truly sunk to the lowest of the low by getting engaged to one. That's incredibly upsetting. But why? How did such a seemingly bright, talented girl get caught up with scum like that? Eli shook his head grimly. From what I could piece together, Chad bled her dry financially with the promises of making it big on his businesses. By the time she caught on that he was just hustling her, she was in too deep. He'd racked up massive debts in her name that he's been holding over her head. I clutched the edge of the desk, sickened by the betrayal. "Oh, Jenna," I whispered hoarsely. "How could she let things spiral this far?" "That's not even the worst of it," Eli continued, pulling up a rap sheet that seemed to go on for pages and pages. "Chad's got a serious criminal history, fraud, money laundering, even grand larceny charges in 3 states. And as far as I can tell, he's still pulling the same old con jobs on new groups of suckers every few months." I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting back the hot tears of fury and heartbreak. My own granddaughter had allowed herself to get tangled up with a pathological criminal, all for the prospect of a few dollars. No amount of money could ever be worth this devastation to our family. When did she get so materialistic?" I choked out. "So obsessed with projecting this sham of wealth that she'd throw away her integrity, her future, possibly even her freedom." Sighing heavily, Eli reached over and gripped my hand. "I think it's because of how hard our family fell from grace during the recession," he replied, his eyes filled with pain and regret. "After my folks went bankrupt and yours followed soon after, Jenna got a real twisted perspective on things, thought money defined your entire self-worth, brought status and security." My heart clenched, remembering those desperate days of foreclosure and bankruptcy like they were yesterday. A byproduct of the mortgage crisis, our family had plunged from comfortable upper-middle-class status to skidding along rock bottom almost overnight, scrambling to keep food on the table. While I managed to keep my bakery dream afloat through grueling sacrifice, Eli's parents had crumbled under the strain, a domino effect of job losses, bad investments, and reckless spending on luxuries to cope with the shame. His father had become a shell of a man after the financial devastation. Perhaps, I realized with a pang, Jenna had witnessed too much of that wealthy facade crumble alongside our family's social status. Maybe the trauma had warped her values beyond repair, leaving her with a money obsession no amount of love could heal. "We have to cut off this toxic cycle once and for all," I stated firmly. "No more swooping in to rescue Jenna from her greed and manipulation." Eli nodded vehemently. "Exactly. Time to expose Chad and stop enabling her self-destructive spiral before it destroys your entire life's work and our family's legacy." As he pulled me into a fierce embrace, tears stung my eyes, knowing the hell that lay ahead. But there was simply no other choice. For once, the karma that came around had to strike Jenna, not me. Over the next few weeks, Eli and I secretly assembled a detailed case file on Chad's shady dealings, gathering evidence, documenting money trails, and even shooting covert videos of his business meetings with unsuspecting marks. The picture that emerged was even more sickening than we'd imagined, a vast, tangled web of bogus investment schemes stretching across multiple states, all designed to bilk savings from vulnerable seniors and cash-strapped families. Chad rotated through a stable of fake companies every few months. Vitamin supplement, multi-level pyramids, Bitcoin cryptocurrency scams, make money from home cons, you name it. Once authorities in one area caught wind, he'd simply fold up that grift and move operations elsewhere under a new corporate guise. But the cons all followed the same despicable playbook, exploiting people's hopes and insecurities to separate them from their money through bait-and-switch tactics, lies, and outright threats. The sheer calculation and menace behind Chad's operations made my blood boil. We had more than enough evidence to bury that scumbag under the jail for the rest of his miserable life. Now it was just a matter of using that information to maximum impact, both to protect Jenna from his influence and exact some serious karma for her egregious entitlement. One quiet Friday morning, Jenna sashayed into the bakery with her usual breezy arrogance, not a care in the world as she pecked away at her phone. "Good you're here," she stated flatly without even looking up. "I need to go over food tasting details with you and the caterers for the wedding at Castle Manor next month." I stifled the urge to grab her by the shoulders and shake some sense into that bleached blonde head. After everything we'd uncovered about her fiancé's duplicity, she still blindly charged ahead with the most expensive con of all, bankrupting my life's work to fund her ego trip of a nuptial. "Of course, dear," I replied, feigning sweetness while motioning to Eli lurking in the back room. "But first, I wanted to ask your opinion on some promotional ideas for a special event we're planning here." She finally glanced up from her phone with a bored expression, openly rolling her eyes. Fine, I guess." Maintaining my sugary tone, I continued. "You see, I'm thinking of doing a cooking demonstration series. You know, really highlighting the bakery's homemade quality and showing customers how we make our signature treats from scratch." Her head cocked quizzically as Eli emerged, carrying an array of baked goods we prepared the previous night as props. Eli shot me a subtle wink as he played along. So I'd take the audience through the full process. I kept rambling as we subtly shifted around the cramped storefront, hemming Jenna into a corner without her even realizing. Mixing up the batter, taste testing it while cooking, walking through the oven baking. Jenna's attention drifted, the poor misguided girl bored to tears already. Little did she know was inching closer behind her back with his smartphone poised to record as I delivered my masterstroke. "And of course, finally pulling the freshly baked masterpiece out for consumption," I said in an airy tone while casually retrieving a nondescript USB drive from my apron pocket. In one deft motion, I swiped it across the surface of a fruit tart and then clicked it into the ancient computer behind the counter. Can we please get on with the food tasting thing already?" Jenna griped, not even noticing the giant flat-screen TV flickering to life behind her. "I've got so much other stuff to handle before the big day and—" Her words died in her throat as the first images flashed across the screen. Mugshots of Chad being booked for a dizzying array of felonies. Fraud, tax evasion, money laundering, impersonating an investment broker, and on and on and on. I watched the color drain from Jenna's face as the rap sheet from hell paraded across that massive display. Her mouth hung agape, trailing off into stunned silence. Then the videos began playing, caught by Eli's own camera work over the past few weeks. Hushed clips depicting Chad's smarmy conman parlance as he lured marks with the promise of getting rich with his revolutionary investment strategies. Footage of him overseeing luggage transfers stuffed with piles of cash to be squirreled away offshore, away from prying eyes. Not a single pixel was ambiguous or open to alternative interpretation. The evidence was irrefutable. Her beloved fiancé was quite simply a criminal of the highest order, dirtier and more dangerous than either of us could have imagined. "You lying sack of sh—" Jenna finally sputtered, shock and horror contorting her features. But I cut her off with an upheld palm and my voice hardening to steel. "We have all the proof we need of Chad's duplicity to forward straight to the authorities, local, state, even the FBI. And make no mistake, they will bring him in on dozens of serious charges that'll put him away for decades." I allowed those words to fully sink in as Jenna crumpled against the wall, quivering and pale. "So consider this your one opportunity to redeem yourself. Starting today," I said, softer but still brooking no argument. Walk away from this depraved circus of materialism you've created. The ludicrous wedding demands, rampant greed, and reckless entitlement. Come home to your family and start anew. The real you. Her eyes glistened with the first tears of remorse and regret I'd seen in years. But the hardest truths were still to come. Or, I continued gravely, go down with Chad and watch your life circle the drain right alongside his in an endless cycle of deception and misery. The choice is yours, Jenna. Her only response was to sink to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably as the gravity of her situation finally crushed down. The storm I'd been quietly gathering for weeks had finally arrived to wash away all her toxic delusions. Now to see whether my own granddaughter had the strength to brave its squalls and find redemption on the other side. Like clockwork, the Castle Manor catering truck pulled up to the bakery's loading dock bright and early the following Saturday morning. Jenna, hollow-eyed and somber, trailed in behind the servers hauling platters of gourmet hors d'oeuvres and fancy desserts. Per her usual bridezilla demands, we were hosting an overblown menu tasting event for her over-the-top wedding reception plans. Only now, the real purpose of this gathering was to shed harsh light on her fiancé's litany of sins. Everything's all set up in the main dining area, one of the caterwalkers informed me as they flowed in like ants carrying delectable morsels. We'll be ready for your guests to arrive in 20 minutes. My guests, not Jenna's. This was my party now. With an approving nod, I scanned the crowd of elaborately dressed waitstaff arranging the decadent displays. So many fancy imported delicacies, caviar triplets, edible flower garnishes, and chocolate fountains. All wildly excessive trappings that Jenna had insisted upon mere weeks ago. What a dizzying, demoralizing juxtaposition to the pittance of cold cuts and veggie trays we'd been living on ever since I revealed Chad's avalanche of incriminating evidence. Jenna herself swept past, lugging a heavy tray of champagne flutes still sputtering with the effervescent bubbles. Judging by the sunken look on her panged face and rat's nest of tangled hair, she'd fallen into a deep well of anguish and disrepair these past few days, stripped of all her delusions of grandiose. Poor, misguided girl, this was consequences in their harshest form, made even more bitter by the lavish trappings surrounding us. Her world had been pulled out from under her with dizzying velocity. Pursing my lips into a grim line, I fought back the gnawing twinge of guilt worming through my gut. Sometimes tough love was the only remedy for someone drowning in that depth of toxic behavior. I just prayed my granddaughter had enough inner reservoir of strength to pull herself back from the brink. 15 minutes later, the dining room began filling with familiar faces. Eli's parents and siblings, Frank's surviving brother and his wife, along with dozens of regular customers and bakery staffers through the years. Our extended family of chosen loved ones, all handpicked by me, of course, to bear witness to the seismic fallout about to be unleashed. As the crowd settled around white-clothed tables adorned with china and crystal stemware, Jenna huddled in a corner at the back, shoulders hunched dejectedly. The empty trays around her bare feet suggested the long-forgotten relevance of the decadent spreads awaiting our arrivals. Finally, with the chatter of greetings and chair shuffling subsiding, I produced a ornate microphone and stepped up to the gilded multi-tiered cake display at the center of the room. "Welcome, everyone, and thank you all for being here today," I spoke in a ringing tone. "I've asked you, my cherished friends and family, to attend this special event." All eyes lasered in on me as I savored the drama of a perfectly timed pause. To officially cut ties with the corrosive greed and entitlement that's been slowly poisoning our lives. Shock rippled through the crowd in hushed whispers and furtive glances toward the haggard-looking Jenna shrinking against the far wall. A few seemed to put two and two together about the true nature of this menu tasting. For too long, we've been enablers to dysfunctional and damaging behavior, reckless disregard for the value of money, corrosive obsession with status symbols over human decency, and gross abuses of family trust and loyalty for personal gain. I turned to face Jenna directly, mustering every ounce of parental authority into my voice. I refuse, to allow this path of self-destruction to continue any longer. Starting today, there will be no more checks written from bank accounts you've bled dry. Jenna's eyes went wide with panic as I continued piling on the shame. No more maxed-out credit cards to subsidize illusions of wealth. No more tantrums or delusional spending demands. This cycle of sickness has to end. Several guests turned to gape at Jenna in shock as the hammer continued dropping. A few brothers got up and started slinking toward the exit. And make no mistake, I plowed ahead. Anyone still enabling this path of misguided destruction will be held just as culpable. There will be no... Stop! Jenna's anguished shriek cut me off as she bolted upright, face contorted in horrified realization at the karma unraveling around her. Please stop, Grandma. You're right. You're absolutely right about everything. Miraculously, she swallowed her pride as the tears started flowing in ropes. For a fleeting instant, I saw the glimmer of the sweet, pure girl who used to livery in wonder at the magical aromas wafting from my kitchen. I've been an ugly, entitled person lately, the kind of person I never dreamed I could become. She choked back a ragged sob, scanning the stunned and judgmental faces arrayed before her. When money got tight after the recession and our family went broke, I got it in my head that wealth was everything, the only path to security and self-worth. But in chasing that, I compromised every value you instilled in me, Grandma. Her eyes bored into me, pleading for one last ounce of understanding and forgiveness. I threw away my future by lying for Chad, lying to all of you, and trying to bleed you dry financially in pursuit of hollow greed. But I swear, I'll spend every day trying to atone for that betrayal, no matter how long it takes. She sank to her knees in utter subjugation. I'm so sorry. Silence hung thick as the crowd processed her raw mea culpa, the stillness broken only by muffled sobs and sharp inhalations. Finally, I stepped down from the platform and strode toward my granddaughter lying crumpled on the floor. She peered up through puffy eyes, body quivering with shame and remorse. Looking deeper, however, I glimpsed a glimmer of resilience and determination that had long been extinguished. Perhaps there was a path forward from this abyss, after all. Gripping her elbow firmly, I guided Jenna to her feet, as cheers of support and cathartic applause began rippling through the room. "Congratulations," I whispered into her ear. This was the first step. The aftermath of the disastrous tasting event detonated like a nuclear bomb throughout our family's lives. Within a week, Chad had bolted town, abandoning Jenna to the fallout with nary a shred of remorse for dragging her into his cesspool of scams. His greed and cowardice knew no bounds. As for Jenna herself, the walls of her materialistic delusion came crashing down with abandon. Her fairy tale wedding plans, high society friends, lavish condo, all swept away in the tidal wave of irreparable shame and regret. When I found her on my bakery doorstep days later, clutching a battered suitcase with hollow, desperate eyes, my heart shattered anew. "Please, Grandma, I have nowhere else to go," she rasped, swallowing hard on her pride. "I lost everything because of my arrogance. I'm ready to start really atoning now, no matter what it takes." In that moment, she was my little girl once again, the innocent 5-year-old who used to beg to lick the bowls while I mixed up sweet bread dough. Pulling her into my arms, I whispered the words I'd feared I may never get to say. "Come home, Jenna." Over the next few weeks, she worked harder than I'd ever seen, putting in grueling 12-hour shifts at the bakery without a hint of complaint. Whether scrubbing tile grout until her knuckles bled or hauling heavy flour sacks until her muscles screamed, Jenna attacked every menial chore with tenacious purpose. "This is my self-imposed rehabilitation," she'd say in a hoarse rasp at the end of each day, slicking sweat-matted hair from her brow. "The penance I have to pay for losing my way." Oddly, the sheer physicality of the work seemed to liberate her in a way, stripping away her superficial obsessions to reconnect with simpler virtues and the healing balm of honest labor. Slowly, smiles started creeping across that once hardened face. Laughter even returned on a few occasions, ringing out with genuine warmth and humility I'd feared might be forever extinguished. Still, challenges remained. Lawsuits were inevitably filed against Jenna for her complicity in Chad's duplicity. Her violations were lighter than his, but troubling nonetheless in their negligent arrogance. When Eli dropped the first batch of settlement documents on the kitchen counter, her face drained of every ounce of its newly reclaimed hope and serenity. I can't ask you to cover these, Grandma. Not after everything." Clutching her trembling hands in mine, I gave her a resolute look, the firmness of a mother who'd already sacrificed everything else for her baby girl. What was one more big gesture of tough love? You listen to me, Jenna. We will take care of this burden together as a family, I stated in a tone that brooked no argument. We're not going to let the consequences of one man's evil consume any more of your future. A single tear trickled down her cheek, and for the first time I saw the true depth of regret and clarity shining in her eyes, unobstructed by greed or desperation. Why? She whispered hoarsely. Why are you doing this after I— Because I'm your grandmother, baby, I replied, wrapping her up tightly. Nothing, not even your most selfish mistakes, could ever diminish my love for you. Her slender frame shuddered with grateful sobs, months of pent-up emotion finally lancing free. In time, the legal debts were settled through a combination of dipping into my life savings and remortgaging the bakery building. A hefty price to pay, but one that allowed Jenna to start her new beginning with a clean slate, and without the chains of indentured payments dragging behind her. Of course, she insisted on paying me back every cent of the bailout through her labor at minimum bakery wage. No more free rides to reinforce those lingering doubts. True to her word, Jenna tackled her atonement without complaint or a single day off for nearly 2 years, saving what little she could while still chipping away at her massive restitution debt inch by inch, dollar by hard-earned dollar. I'll never forget the triumphant smile that lit up her face the day she handed me that final paycheck. The demons of materialism and entitlement purged like a cancer in remission. Or the way she wrapped me in a tearful embrace and spoke the words that made every ounce of sacrifice and anguish worth savoring. Thank you for saving me, Grandma, from myself. As I beamed with a mother's eternal, unconditional pride, I knew deep down that she was the one who'd ultimately saved herself through sheer perseverance and resilience. Sometimes the only route to redemption is accepting harsh consequences as just karma, and confronting your shames head-on. 3 years later, the familiar scent of bread baking in the ovens once again permeated every nook of the bakery. Shafts of morning sunlight poured through the big front windows, illuminating the rows of fresh pastries glistening under glass displays. But the real light in this place now radiated from the young woman bounding in through the rear entrance, pink icing smeared across one cheek. "Morning, Grandma," Jenna called, whisking off her apron in a happy flourish. "I just finished up prepping the cake orders for Mr. Henderson's anniversary party. That old romantic ordered our biggest heart-shaped confection." She beamed at me with such warmth and contentment, it was still hard to reconcile this grounded, appreciative soul as the same spoiled, materialistic princess who had tried to take us all down a few years prior. "You've gotten so good at those specialty designs," I said proudly, admiring the elaborately decorated 2-tier cake sitting in all its glory on the workbench. The steady labor, week after week, year after year, had truly transformed her into a skilled artisan. 2 more months, and I'll be an official graduate of the Culinary Academy downtown, too. She pivoted eagerly, smoothing back her strawberry blonde ponytail. Then I can start phasing over to more of the cake and bread baking mastery courses you've been waiting for me to. Hold your horses there, kiddo, I laughed, looping an arm around her shoulders as a pang of emotion swelled in my chest. Don't get ahead of yourself. I've still got plenty of bakery secrets to impart before you take the full reins from this old lady. Her beaming smile radiated gratitude as she wrapped me in a warm embrace. Over the past couple of years, our relationship had fully rekindled into the unbreakable bond of love and trust that had existed before the disastrous Chad saga, as we now referred to it. That fracture had mended and the rift between us healed in ways I'd feared might never happen, despite her remarkable turnaround. "I owe all of this to you, you know," she murmured into my shoulder, and I could hear the slight quaver of lingering guilt in her voice. "If you hadn't been tough enough to break me free from my own toxicity." "Shh, shh." I pulled back and cupped her face, staring deep into those remorseful blue eyes that still haunted me some nights. "We're well past that now, Jenna. You made the hard choices to rebuild yourself from rock bottom, piece by grueling piece. I just provided the trail of breadcrumbs to follow back to your true self." She nodded, giving a sniffle as she blinked back what was likely the millionth recursive apology shining from her eyes. Opening her mouth to reply, she froze as the front doorbell jangled. "I'll grab that," I said quickly, sparing her any further embarrassment. "Why don't you box up those Danish pastries for Mrs. Marshall while I handle the register?" Sidling up to the cash wrap, I saw our visitor was Eli barreling in with his usual rumpled affection and crazy bedhead of hair. He juggled 3 travel mugs of steaming coffee as a wadded flannel overshirt trailed behind him. "Mornin', you 2 hard workers," he bellowed heartily while managing to slosh only minimal amounts of Java. "Picked up a little jump start from that new cafe on Main." Eli slid one of the cups my way with a wink before completely demolishing the remaining pastry inventory on display. "Sheesh, leave any for paying customers there, killer," I teased, rapping my knuckles on the countertop in mock admonishment. "Thank oo for fundamental carbs," he mumbled through a mouthful of lemon scone that should have been illegal. Jenna laughed richly from her workstation while affixing lids on the boxed Danish assortment. A totally unconscious, joyful sound that still made my heart leap with relief and gratitude every time. Because there was absolutely nothing more beautiful than the melody of a spirit's redemption and healing being sung out loud. Jenna's personal symphony was finally reaching its crescendo after the longest, most agonizing overture. At that moment, Eli sidled up and threw his arms around us both, pulling our little trio into an impish group hug. His breath reeked with sugary, cinnamon-dusted sweetness as he planted slobbery kisses on each of our cheeks. "Just another day in paradise with my favorite bakery broads," he crowed happily. "Things sure turned out all right after that crazy road, huh?" I traded a warm look with Jenna over the chaos, taking in the tranquility that had been restored through so much tumult. Eli was absolutely right. The fighting and hurt had given way to something truly transcendent, and well worth every hardship endured. Sometimes losing your way was a prerequisite for finding your true path. Just like the perfect bake, ensuring the sweetness didn't mask the rich depth of flavor underneath. After all, the most rewarding things in life were crafted through the most intense heat and struggle. Our family was living proof that redemption yielded the most satisfying morsels of all. "You're kidding me, right?" Brielle's words dripped with contempt. "Like Mom's measly salary even makes a dent compared to what you bring in, Dad." I froze in the hallway, clutching the bouquet of roses I'd brought home to surprise Dane on our 10th anniversary. Their voices carried clearly from the living room. Dane chuckled. "You've got a point there, Princess. Your step-monster is just a worker bee while I'm the one bringing home the real money." A worker bee? The insult stabbed deep, far more painful than his nickname for me. I thought we were partners, a team. "Don't be too hard on Alara," he continued in a placating tone. "Her little paycheck helps keep us afloat while my business gets off the ground." Anger burned away my shock. How dare he diminish my role as VP of Operations at Rainatech, one of the largest tech firms in the nation? I navigated millions in contracts and oversaw thousands of employees to keep the company running smoothly. His imported knick-knack business was little more than an expensive hobby that drained my income caring for his whims. Oh, please, like we'd ever go under without her. Brielle's nasal laughter grated my nerves. "She's so easy to manipulate into giving you whatever you want. Daddy's lecherous little sugar mama." The cruel jab about my age combined with the insinuation that I was some sort of desperate cougar preying on younger men made me ill. When we married 5 years ago, I thought my husband and stepdaughter cared for me. Clearly, I'd been deluded. "Don't sell her too short, babe." Dane's voice dropped to bedroom level. The smarmy tone that usually made my toes curl now left me revulsed. "Her stock options and retirement fund are going to make one hell of a payoff when I finally divorce her broke ass." The roses slipped from my numb fingers as the full scope of his deception crystallized. He'd been using me from the start as a meal ticket, marrying me for my money, stringing me along until he could bleed me dry, all while parading his pretty daughter as a patsy to trick me into complacence. I stood there, grief and rage churning through me like a hurricane until I felt strangely calm, serene, even. This was the wake-up call I needed to stop deluding myself about my marriage and drive me to build the life I truly deserved. one without a husband who viewed me as nothing more than a means to an end, or a stepdaughter who helped him orchestrate that betrayal. Gathering the scattered petals, I headed to my home office and transferred the maximum allowance from our joint accounts into a new separate one he couldn't access. It was a start to disentangling myself from Dane's deceit, the first step in taking back control. The feelings of hurt may linger, but they also lit a fresh determination within me. If Dane wanted to view me as a worker bee instead of an equal partner, that was fine by me. However, this worker bee was going to sting back harder than he ever expected. 5 years earlier, I was optimistic about my future with Dane. A charismatic small business owner, he charmed me with his ambition and family values. His daughter Brielle was warm and welcoming too, embracing me as the mother she'd always wanted. Little did I know it was all a mirage concealing their true selfish natures. "Thank you for this amazing opportunity," Dane murmured, arms wrapped around me on our honeymoon cruise. "With your support, I can finally turn my business into a success." His words stroked my ego even as his hands roamed underneath my sundress. I was blinded by his flattery and his talents between the sheets. When we returned home, reality set in. Dane's imported furniture business was little more than a garage overflowing with dust-covered Asian knickknacks he tried peddling on eBay and at flea markets. The few grand I invested on the premise of jump-starting his entrepreneurial dreams vanished into tchotchkes and overdue utility bills. "Brielle, I'm so glad you'll be attending community college," I told my stepdaughter over a family dinner I'd prepared. "Your dad and I can help with expenses so you don't acquire too much debt." "Don't worry, Mom," she replied with that familiar gleam. "I've got academic scholarships covering everything." Lie. Turned out her scholarships were actually thousands in secret loans she and Dane conspired to take out in my name, loans they never intended to repay. "It's an investment in our family's future success," Dane purred whenever I protested his constant money pit schemes. Another deception to bleed me dry under the guise of building something meaningful. While Brielle belittled my job in tech as playing office manager, whenever I arrived home from overseeing multi-million-dollar contract negotiations and managing thousands of employees across the globe. As the years passed, the cracks in their facade grew bigger until it all came crashing down that fateful night. Brielle's vitriol and Dane's greed were finally laid bare, revealing them as the toxic parasites they truly were. Parasites who had been feasting on my income, my generosity, my vulnerability from the very start, while giving me nothing but lies in return. Now it was time for the host to fight back. "Happy anniversary, babe," Dane purred, presenting me with a tacky, heart-shaped locket when I walked through the door that evening. "Just a little token to show how much I appreciate your hard work providing for this family." I smashed it against the wall without a word. "Alara, what the hell?" he sputtered as I grabbed a fistful of his shirts and shoved him back. "I know everything," I snarled, letting years of anger flow out. "The loans, your business bankruptcy, that whore you've been sticking it to on the side, most of all, your sick plan to drain every penny from me before discarding me like garbage." Brielle came running in, eyes wild. "Dad, what's going on?" "Nothing, princess." Dane tried to defuse the situation with his typical placating tone. "Your stepmom's just blowing things out of proportion again." I cut him off by cold cocking him in the jaw. "Get out, both of you. Your free ride ends now, you leeches." Whatever other protests Dane prepared died as he crumpled to the floor, cradling his face and staring up at me with fear for the first time. After years of profiting from my gullibility to his lies and manipulation, he finally saw the strong, determined woman he'd underestimated all along. After exposing Dane and Brielle's betrayal, my career ascended rapidly, while my personal life descended into chaos. Fueled by rage and a newfound determination, I threw myself into work as a refuge from the turmoil at home. My performance excelled so impressively that within 2 years, I was promoted to Vice President of Operations at Remarried. The prestigious role came with a prestigious salary, penthouse apartment, and coveted corner office overseeing thousands of employees across our corporate campuses. Meanwhile, Dane responded to my demands for divorce by digging in his heels and contesting everything, from property divisions to custody of Brielle. He even made a play for my retirement assets and stock options, claiming he was entitled to them after being my supportive husband all these years. Are you freaking kidding me? I slammed my palms on the table during one mediation session, making our attorneys jump. You cheated on me, lied to me, stole from me. You don't get rewarded for that level of deception and betrayal. Dane merely shrugged, preserving his infuriatingly calm facade. I put up with your obsession with work all these years, letting you prioritize your career over our family and marriage. I deserve compensation. The arrogance of his words stunned me into simmering silence, giving Brielle the opening she'd been waiting for. That's right, she chimed in with her best hand-on-hip Valley Girl sneer. While Mom's been galloping across the world, playing executive and raking in the big bucks, Dad's the one who kept our household running. He changed my diapers, kissed my boo-boos, worked his ass off. I tried and failed to keep my expression neutral as unwelcome memories of Dane's constant demands for new cars, expensive home renovations, and frivolous luxuries paraded through my mind. Demands he reinforced by having Brielle flutter her doe eyes at me, insisting Daddy works so hard for us whenever I expressed hesitation over the budget. That girl played me like a fiddle, using my desire for an earnest father-daughter relationship. Through it all, Dane smugly reminded me how lucky I was to have a supporting husband who allowed me to work, instead of being a traditional housewife and mother, as if his terms for our marriage included serving as his personal factory while he and Brielle plundered my paychecks. The mediation ended in inevitable deadlock. Back in my office afterward, I stared through the glass walls at my domain, the busy employees, the high-tech infrastructure, the piles of lucrative contracts paving the path of the company's future. Everything I'd sacrificed for, everything I'd achieved through grit and perseverance. Letting out a slow breath, the tension seeped from my shoulders. I refused to let Dane take this from me, too. Reaching into my desk drawer, I retrieved a plate Brielle had made for me in ceramics class when I first married her father. The sloppy red handprints and scrawled "I love my new mom" covered in garish paint and glitter. Another heartstring to be tugged whenever she or Dane wanted me to acquiesce to their latest frivolous demand. Not anymore. I reared back and hurled it towards the far wall, watching in grim satisfaction as it exploded in a shower of shattered clay. The symbolism was as cathartic as it was definitive. I discarded that naive version of myself. No longer would I be manipulated, drained, or disrespected. From now on, I fought only for me. And starting with this divorce, I wouldn't stop until I recovered everything Dane and his ungrateful spawn tried to take. This is your last chance, Alara. Dane jabbed his finger on the table between us. Invest in my new business venture, or I'll take you for everything you've got in this divorce. I scoffed at the desperation leaking through his bravado. Let's get one thing straight. You don't make demands of me anymore. Brielle slouched against the kitchen counter, buffing her nails with studied nonchalance. Come on, Mom. Help a struggling single father get back on his feet. The mocking lilt in her voice ignited my fury. Don't you mom me, you deceptive little witch. I turned my glare to Dane. And you, if you think you have any claim over my assets after your lies and infidelity, you're delusional. Dane's mask of control slipped, his eyes going wide. What are you talking about? I tossed a thick manila envelope onto the table, photos spilling out of his sweaty, shirtless form, entering a cheap motel room with his scantily clad mistress. I have evidence of your affair going back years, you cheating bastard. And that's just the warm-up. No, those photos, they're... He trailed off as I produced bank statements and tax forms, exposing his business finances were a total sham, documenting his shady efforts to divert funds into shell corporations and offshore accounts. That's called tax evasion, fraud, theft of my marital assets. I picked up one of the photos, feeling a twisted sense of gratification watching him shrink underneath my contemptuous scrutiny. But what's really going to clean you out is the evidence I collected of you and your dear daughter conspiring to take out illegal loans and lines of credit in my name without authorization. The blood drained from Brielle's face, leaving her complexion as muddy as the lies and deceit she once spouted at me with such cavalier glee. She opened her mouth, but I cut her self-entitled whine off. Save it. I'm bringing all of this to the IRS and the authorities. You and your dad will be lucky if you avoid jail time by liquidating every penny you stole from me. Heavy silence hung between us as the gravity of my ultimatum sank in. For years, Dane had controlled me through manipulation, while Brielle reinforced that abuse with her snide comments and underhanded tactics, all to bleed me dry financially and emotionally. Well, now the power balance had shifted permanently in my favor. In my hands rested the power to destroy everything they valued most, their freedom, reputations, and ill-gotten wealth. Finally, I'd regained control over my life and finances, and they had nowhere left to go except face the consequences. Dane's mouth worked uselessly, all his usual smooth-talking bravado failing him. At last, he seemed to grasp the depth of his betrayal and how violently it was about to detonate across his world. You can't do this," he stammered, voice barely above a croak. We're family." I rose from my chair, glaring down at the pathetic shell of the man who'd deceived me for so long, feeding off my love and affection like a remorseless parasite. "No, we're not family. Not anymore." I pulled off my wedding ring and dropped it amidst the scattered evidence, the clatter of metal striking wood sounding like a judge's gavel to me. "You took care of seeing to that when you crossed me for the last time." Brielle's face crumpled like she might cry, but I felt no pity for the crocodile tears. Not after witnessing how deeply her selfishness and greed ran. Without a backwards glance, I turned and walked out of the kitchen, leaving Dane and Brielle frozen in tableau at the ashes of the lives they'd foolishly burnt to the ground through their insatiable avarice. It was their turn to learn how destructive the flames of betrayal could be. "You're really going through with this?" Diane, my executive assistant, watched with raised eyebrows as I packed up the last of my personal items from my corner office. I nodded, securing the taped box holding framed photos of better times, myself beaming proudly at my graduation from Stanford, the company holiday party where I received VP promotion. That fateful day, I'd married the lying snake known as Dane Benson. "I need a fresh start," I replied, tamping down the flicker of wistfulness. Some distance to regain perspective after your slime of a soon-to-be ex-husband conned you out of millions and broke your heart," Diane supplied bluntly. Despite her brusque manner, I appreciated her continued loyalty. I allowed myself a grim chuckle at her colorful description. "Something like that. Let's just say I had my eyes opened to who Dane and Brielle truly are beneath their facades." Speaking their names aloud lanced through me with a pungent mixture of anger and lingering hurt. For so long, I'd been blinded by Dane's charming manipulation and Brielle's fake deference to the point I overlooked the insidious reality festering underneath. Now, having purged them from my life, I could begin healing, first by removing every lingering remnant of their negative influence over my environment. As if reading my mind, Diane plopped a small gift bag on my desk. "I took the liberty of handling that for you already." I raised an eyebrow quizzically and pulled out the tattered scraps of Brielle's old macaroni frame, the words, "I love my new mom," rendered unintelligible amidst the shattered detritus. "You kept this monstrosity?" I couldn't keep the disbelief from my voice. Diane shrugged. "At the time, you cherished that ugly-ass thing as a treasured gift from your new stepdaughter. I assumed you might want to take a sledgehammer to it yourself, as payback once you saw through their bullshit." "Tevi would have my hide," I chided, naming the company's head of security who closely monitored the controlled entrances and exits to the executive offices to safeguard privacy. Still, I couldn't deny the visceral sense of release balling the broken frame's remains in my fist prompted. I dropped it into the waste bin beside my desk with finality. There. Dane and Brielle's last lingering presence in my life is officially exorcised. The words cemented the reality of the situation. I was free. Turning away from that troubled period of deception and heartache, I faced the floor-to-ceiling window showcasing my dominion, the orderly ranks of workstations and bustling employees maintaining our global tech operations. My kingdom of achievement built through merits and done the ethical way, a stark contrast to Dane's parasitic tactics. Voices outside drew my attention to the sprawling, manicured lawns bordered by fountains and contemporary sculpture displaying our corporate brand. A poignant reminder of how far I'd ascended through grit and determination to become the powerful business leader I was today. all on my own before I'd fallen under the sway of Dane's delusions and betrayals. Clearly, a return to those roots of self-accountability was needed. "Alara," I blinked, pulled from my reverie by Diane's inquisitive prompting. She held out an envelope emblazoned with the company logo. "Your updated compensation and benefits package for the new fiscal year," she stated, ever the pragmatist amidst the swirling personal chaos. "Along with the deed for that cute little bungalow you admired downtown that just went into foreclosure." I accepted the weighty envelope, unable to hide my surprise at the bonuses and perks so lavishly increased from last year's offering. No doubt a calculated move by our chairman to incentivize me retaining my leadership role amidst the turmoil dissolution of my marriage. "Thank you, Diane. I'll review these and get back to you on next steps." I sealed the envelope and tucked it into my briefcase alongside the box of personal mementos. The sentimental relics of the life I'd lost merited preservation, even if the associated emotional ties eventually faded. My professional assets and accomplishments, however, were mine alone to build upon moving forward into this new chapter. Head held high, I steeled my spine and followed Diane from the office, leaving the heavy penumbra of the past behind for good. My name was Alara Benson, a woman reborn in the brilliance of her own independence. I'm entitled to half of everything. Dane jabbed his finger on the interrogation room table between us. Her income, assets, retirement accounts, the whole 9 yards. My divorce attorney suppressed an eye roll. "On what grounds? Your client engaged in infidelity, financial misdeeds, and identity fraud against Mrs. Benson." "Alleged." Brielle's shrill objection cut through the air. She sat beside her father, arms crossed defiantly. "And even if Dad made some mistakes, I'm an innocent party. I deserve my cut too after everything Alara put me through with her workaholism and abandonment." Brad leveled his gaze at the curvy blonde, utterly unimpressed. "You're 23, not a child, and the evidence clearly shows your culpability in defrauding your stepmother." "So what?" she sneered. "Your bitch client should have paid more attention to her family instead of chasing money and status like an obsessive sociopath. I'm the real victim here for having such a shitty maternal figure." Brad opened his mouth to retort, but I cut him off with a brisk hand wave. I'd listened to enough of these two leeches' manipulative bullshit for one lifetime. "You're right, Brielle, I did fail as a wife and stepmother, by marrying frauds like you and enabling your greed for far too long." I pivoted my stare to Dane. "But now? You'll get nothing except cellmates and Scatoli jobs while I systematically dismantle every facet of the sham life you conned me into." Brielle recoiled like I'd slapped her, but Dane's poker face remained infuriatingly intact. "You talk a big game, Alara, but are you really willing to go that far in open court? Air all our dirty laundry for public consumption?" An undisguised taunt. He knew how much I valued privacy and discretion, an apprehension he and his serpent seed daughter leveraged often to keep me compliant. Well, no more. I slid a thick manila envelope across the table. "Open it." Brow furrowing, Dane cracked the seal and upended the contents. Photos of him in flagrante delicto with his barely legal mistress at seedy motels, spreadsheets detailing his business insolvency and fund diversions into offshore tax havens, even webcam screenshots of Brielle applying for loans and lines of credit in my name without consent. In short, an exhaustively detailed evidentiary portfolio exposing every lie and deception they'd woven into our marriage from the very beginning. Dane stared at the incriminating evidence with the same slack-jawed shock as watching a bomb detonating in his face. Brielle fared worse, color draining from her cheeks until she resembled a hollowed-out husk. "Where? How did you?" Dane's voice cracked like a schoolboy's. "Let's just say I have informants in low places who were all too happy to comply once I made certain overtures." I delivered the sordid details with crisp professionalism. "Every mistress you Venmo'd hush money, every bartender who witnessed your barfine babies parade home with you, every corrupt banker greasing their own pockets off our family's accounts." Swallowing hard, Dane rallied with a glare. "You're bluffing. You'll be shanked or worse if you take this to the feds without protection payments." I couldn't resist the opportunity to twist the blade. "You mean like how you and Brielle kept leveraging Coach Preston's gambling debts to coerce free tuition at Amherst for your little princess? or blackmailing Mrs. Studebaker to change my Boy Scouts A- to a perfect score. The way Brielle paled until her skin assumed a clammy, greenish pallor would have been comical if it didn't fill me with such disgust. You bitch! How dare? Brad cleared his throat with a pointed look my way. Right, time to wrap this reunion up and get back to business. I stared the two filthy defrauders down with withering contempt. I always suspected you were a grasping, venal pair of scum, even if I denied it for too damn long. Well, no more. This nagging guilt over sundering our family evaporated permanently once I realized there was never anything genuine for me to preserve. Dane opened his mouth to interject, but I steamrolled over him. You just made your last mistake by underestimating me for the final time. I'm through being the pawn in your pathetic little Ponzi scheme. I stood abruptly and smoothed my skirt. From now on, I go full scorched earth on you both and every avenue of your slimy little rackets until this divorce awards me every asset you tried swindling from me. Maybe then I'll have adequately repaid the years you gleefully bled me dry under the guise of being husband and wife. With that parting salvo, I spun on my heel and strode out, Brad hustling to catch up while Dane and Brielle's sputtered protests receded behind us. They thought their feigned victimhood routine would keep me cowed and compliant. But the gloves were officially off. It was time they felt the sting of the fury they'd roused from her slumber. With the damning evidence compiled, I activated the final phase of my retaliation against Dane and Brielle. No more appeasing or negotiating, only the total obliteration they so richly deserved. I started by forwarding the entire dossier on Dane's infidelity, financial crimes, and general depravity to his family and closest friends. The resulting social pariah status and ostracization from his circles rendered his usual bravado and charm utterly impotent for the first time in his weaselly life. Cue Dane inundating me with groveling voicemails and texts, promising restitution if only I'd take him back and make the hurtful untruths go away. As if his pleas could undo the brutal violation of trust he'd enacted against me for over a decade of marriage. My silence was his resounding answer. Meanwhile, I slipped a few extra indecencies into the IRS case file, such as his underreported income from illegal gambling rackets and money laundering through his sham import business. Sufficient cause for them to not only audit and dismantle his remaining assets, but secure federal charges that'd put him behind bars unless he complied. This is unconscionable, Dane's attorney blustered during our next mediation session. You can't just make unsubstantiated criminal accusations as a pressure tactic. I shrugged, the portrait of disinterested innocence. I had reams of evidence implying Mr. Benson engaged in financial improprieties. I simply passed it along to the relevant authorities to investigate as appropriate, just as any concerned citizen should. Brad suppressed a smirk while Dane's lawyer sputtered. My ex looking utterly gray and hollowed out in the face of seeing his house of lies come tumbling down through my machinations. As for Brielle, I reserved some special humiliation just for the faithful little sidekick who did Daddy's dirty work with such smug superiority over me. A few screenshots forwarded to her elite private college's athletic department revealed how she conspired with Nike reps to receive free apparel and travel perks as an influencer. A violation of NCAA bylaws that, combined with exposing the fraudulent loans taken out for her tuition, saw Brielle expelled and stripped of her scholarship and diploma before she could even complete sophomore year. When she came storming to my penthouse in a froth, I almost pitied her, if not for the acidic tongue-lashing she unleashed upon me with volleys of money-grubbing whore and spiteful divorcee cunt that banished any last shred of sympathy. I endured her tantrum in stony silence until she wound down to catch her breath. Feeling better after venting, Brielle? My cool tone infuriated her further. Good, because that was your final chance to flay me with juvenile insults and baseless indignation. I pressed a button on my desk that triggered security footage to play on the widescreen TV, capturing the moment Dane and Brielle conspired to take out those fraudulent loans in my name. Their panicked expressions turned to slack-jawed horror as the recording progressed through ever more damning instances of their deceit and larceny caught on film. You crafty bitch! Brielle's eyes were twin pools of venom that brought me deep satisfaction. This is all doctored crap designed to ruin us. You'd think that, given how readily you tried doing the same to me. I held her glare steadily. I simply learned from the master grifter's playbook and took the shenanigans to their natural culmination. Rising from my chair, I approached until we stood nearly nose to nose, my heels giving me the slightest height advantage. Maybe next lifetime you'll appreciate real family instead of the materialistic sham you tried trapping me in. I pray you and your father receive appropriate rehabilitation behind bars to overcome these toxic delusions. You won't get away with this, you senile. Whatever other invective she intended died as I slapped her full across the mouth. Not hard enough to seriously injure, but enough to sting and shock her into mute, open-mouthed stupefaction. Get out of my home and life. Forever. I bit out each word succinctly before turning away. This chapter is over. The distinct patter of Brielle's heels fleeing the apartment marked her exit. I allowed my rigid posture to finally relax as euphoria washed over me. It was done. I'd vanquished them both at last. Settling onto my plush sofa, I poured myself a hearty snifter of brandy to savor the long-awaited triumph. Soon their sentencing and asset forfeiture would render them as inconsequential as last night's trash taken to the curb, leaving me to enjoy my new life in peace and satisfaction. A fresh start awaited. But first, I intended to marinate in these final, delicious vestiges of closure and vengeance fulfilled. With Dane and Brielle finally excised from my life like the cancer they were, I reveled in my newfound freedom and success. The ill-gotten proceeds seized during my vengeful retaliation provided a tidy sum I reinvested into my passions. I can't thank you enough for this incredible opportunity, Jennifer, a young STEM graduate, gushed as we toured the brand-new computer lab her scholarship helped fund. Your program is going to empower so many underprivileged girls to break into the tech field. I smiled, feeling a surge of pride. The Alara Benson Foundation is my way of ensuring other talented women never have to compromise their integrity or dreams due to financial insecurity or toxic personal influences. Jennifer's eyes shone with earnest appreciation. You're an inspiration, showing us all how to overcome adversity with grace and strength. If only she knew the full, sordid tale of the personal betrayals that catalyzed my journey to this metamorphosis. As if reading my mind, Diane caught my eye from across the room and discreetly held up her tablet displaying a news alert. Tech millionaire mogul's ex-husband receives 10-year prison sentence for fraud and embezzlement convictions. Daughter indicted as accomplice. Underneath displayed grim mugshot photos of Dane and Brielle in orange jumpsuits, postures already wilting under the weight of their ruination. My revenge had wrought. The kiss-off to that poisoned chapter of my life at last. And that's the computer engineering lab. Jennifer's voice pulled my wandering attention back to the conversational present. What else does the Foundation's campus offer? We're just getting started, but plans include a fully accredited university with residential facilities by next year. I gestured to the architectural displays illustrating the bold modern structures undergoing construction across campus, buildings designed to empower and inspire rather than confine or oppress. Brightly lit computer labs, libraries, auditoriums, and dorms dedicated solely to fostering the potential within a new generation of innovative female minds. No boardrooms or offices for corrupt male plutocrats to plot siphoning funds or exacting petty vendettas against any who resisted their exploitation. I was officially entering a new, cleansed world order where merit and integrity triumphed over lies, greed, and any vestige of the dehumanizing victimization I once endured. You've given so many young women a future, Miss Benson. Jennifer placed her hand atop mine, her warm gratitude drilling straight to my core. I can't put into words how much your path has inspired me to overcome any obstacle in pursuit of my ambitions. There it was, the summation of everything I'd sacrificed and struggled for, encapsulated into those heartfelt sentiments. Not just regaining the life that had been nearly destroyed by Dane's betrayal, but transcending it to become a heroic example for others to emulate. The hurt and anger still lingered beneath the surface, but I let it be subsumed under the greater purpose I now channeled my energies towards. Leveraging my skills, resources, and redemptive experience to enrich communities rather than allowing them to fester through toxic traditions or social ill-ills left unaddressed. That was the essential dichotomy separating me from the petty parasites like Dane and Brielle, whose lives withered into ignominy. I created, nurtured, inspired others to ascend towards their highest potential, all while they'd tried sapping the joy and purpose from everything they touched out of insatiable narcissism and self-absorption. A shrill rapping at the window broke the tender moment between Jennifer and myself. Peering over, I saw the barrel-chested silhouette of Bulldog, my head of security, reprimanding a disheveled-looking man loitering too close to the entrance. No doubt some paparazzi vermin hoping to ambush me with probing questions about the scandal surrounding Dane's incarceration, or goad a reaction about my personal trauma for clickbait outrage. I merely scoffed without breaking stride, leading Jennifer deeper into the vibrant heart of the campus, where my true life's work carried onward undiminished. Those cretins and bottom feeders were welcome to bask in the salacious periphery all they wanted. I'd well transcended the need for outer validation or acceptance from such an inconsequential tribe. Striding down the pristine footpaths amidst gurgling fountains and manicured shrubbery, sculpted into a spirit of rebirth and limitless potential, I breathed in the crisp air brimming with the sense of possibility and long-overdue redemption. The pendulum of karma had at last found its equilibrium, delivering a harsh re-education to the wicked, while elevating the righteous to their proper ascendant role as vanguards against the poisons of society. Justice, hope, and optimism reigned in this brave new world I'd forged from the ashes of deception. And I was only just getting started. My world shattered the moment I saw them, those damning photos and messages that proved my husband's betrayal, like a slap across my face. I stared at the screen, unblinking, as the cache of intimate images and explicit texts kept loading, one after another. Rex and Jenna, my husband and my daughter-in-law. Bile rose in my throat as the truth sank in. How could they? Rex had grown distant lately, blaming work stress and extra hours for his sudden coldness. But this crossed every line imaginable. The bathroom door opened and Rex strode out, towel around his waist. "Hey, honey, what's wrong?" His familiar crooked smile froze when he noticed the laptop screen. I wheeled around, fists clenched. "You lying son of a bitch!" His eyes widened in shock before clouding with guilt. "Marlene, I can explain." "Explain what?" I spat. "How you've been screwing our daughter-in-law behind all our backs? How you made me believe your excuses while disgracing our family?" Rex shook his head vigorously. "It's not like that." "Oh, save it." I grabbed my phone and started recording, needing evidence. "The photos, the messages, it's all right here, plain as day." He blanched and raised his hands in surrender. "Marlene, please, put the phone down and let me explain." "Explain?" I recoiled in disgust. "No, Rex. Actions speak louder than words, and your actions have made it abundantly clear." Taking a steadying breath, I met his gaze with cold finality. "We're done." The oppressive silence that followed was broken by his defeated sigh. "Okay, I deserve that." My finger hovered over the stop button, but something made me... Rex looked utterly ashamed, like a little boy caught misbehaving. And despite it all, part of me still craved answers. "Just tell me one thing," I said, jaw clenched. "Why her? Why my sweet Jenna?" His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. It just happened. We got closer after you introduced her into the company. One thing led to another, and you betrayed everything," I exploded. "Our marriage, our family's trust, all for what? A cheap thrill?" Rex shook his head miserably. "No, baby, it wasn't like that." "Don't you dare baby me." I closed the laptop lid with a sharp thwack, cutting off Jenna's leering face. "I want a divorce, and I'm telling Max everything." "No, Marlene, please." He rushed forward, grabbing my arm. "Give me a chance to make this right." I jerked free from his grasp, seething. "You had your chance, Rex. Many chances, in fact. But now?" I glared at the pitiful, desperate man before me, a shadow of the confident husband I once admired. Now it's too late. Despite the shock and humiliation, I somehow maintained my composure over the next few days. I went about my routine like nothing earth-shattering had happened, cooking, cleaning, tending to the house. On the surface, our family life appeared perfectly normal, but it was all a facade. Beneath the veneer of domestic bliss, an invisible storm raged within me. My mind kept replaying those vile images, torturing me with every smile Rex flashed, every time Jenna batted her innocent eyes. How could they be so calm and collected, carrying on like their lives hadn't been upended by their sordid betrayal? I decided to watch them closely during our scheduled family dinner that week. We all gathered around the table, Rex, Jenna, Max, and I, forcing fake jovial chatter. I studied my husband and daughter-in-law, scrutinizing their every move for even a hint of guilt or the slightest slip-up to confirm my suspicions. They didn't disappoint. While loading her plate, Jenna accidentally brushed against Rex, their bodies lingering just a beat too long. A silent look passed between them, heated and heavy with unspoken meaning. My blood boiled. "Something wrong, Mom?" Max's concerned voice pulled me back to the present. I realized my fork was clenched in a white-knuckled grip. "Just lost in thought, dear." I released my death grip on the utensil with an exhale. "So, Jenna, how's the new job treating you?" She looked almost relieved at the distraction. "It's going great, thanks for asking." Her sugary tone was sickening. Rex has been such a big help getting me settled in. I caught the subtle wink she shot my husband and saw red. So that's their game, carrying on shamelessly right under our noses. I opened my mouth to unleash my fury, but Max spoke first. "I'm really proud of you two," he said warmly, oblivious to the tension. "Who would have thought you'd hit it off so well after Mom brought you on?" Rex draped an arm possessively around Jenna's shoulders. "Well, you know what they say. Like families, like employees." They shared a sickening laugh at the inside joke. Bile rose in my throat at their audacity, their brazenness. My hands shook with suppressed rage. "You must be very proud too, Marlene," Jenna cooed, her tone dripping with fake sweetness. "Having your husband as a mentor to help advance my career." A sly, knowing smirk curled her lips, revealing the vicious instigator beneath the veneer of kindness. In that moment, all the pain and humiliation bubbled over into white-hot fury. I'd been a fool to ever trust this venomous snake. My chair screeched backward as I shot to my feet, causing the table to erupt into chaos. Plates clattered and utensils scattered across the tablecloth. But I didn't care. I was done being civil, done gritting my teeth and taking their disrespect. It was time for the gloves to come off. "Listen here, you manipulative little bitch," I snarled, venom dripping from every word. Jenna's painted smile collapsed in shock. Max's eyes widened to saucers. Only Rex looked unsurprised, almost resigned. My lips curled into a ferocious sneer as I leaned across the table, glaring daggers at the woman who betrayed me. "I know exactly what kind of pride you've given my husband." The silence that followed my outburst was deafening. Max looked shell-shocked, gaping between his wife and father like a gasping fish. "Mom, what are you saying?" His voice was barely above a whisper. Before I could respond, Jenna recovered from her surprise with an indignant huff. "Marlene, I think you owe me an apology." Her tone was pure ice. Those accusations were completely uncalled for. The nerve of this woman. I rounded on her, eyes blazing. "An apology? You've got to be joking." I shook my head in disgust. "I'll give you one chance to come clean, for Max's sake." She held my stare, utterly defiant. When she spoke, her voice was low and laced with quiet menace. "You don't want to start something you can't finish, Marlene." A tremor of unease rippled through me at her veiled threat. This wasn't the sweet, innocent girl I'd welcomed into my home. This was a cold, calculating viper. Rex finally found his voice, gripping the table with white knuckles. "Ladies, please, let's all take a step back and stay out of this." I cut him off with a slice of my hand. Turning back to Jenna, I leveled her with my most withering glare. "I gave you a chance to do the right thing, but if you won't confess, I'll show Max myself." For the first time, a flicker of fear passed through her eyes. You don't have any proof." "Don't I?" I allowed myself a grim smile before reaching into my pocket and pulling out my phone. "You two should be more careful about where you leave your little mementos." Her bravado crumbled at the implication. "You? How did you?" I scrolled through the cached photos and messages, not looking at the vulgar images. I'd already burned them into my memory. "Oh, Jenna, you should know better than to sext on a shared family cloud account." Her face drained of color as the truth landed. Eyes wide with panic, she whipped her head toward Rex, but he was staring at his plate, grim and ashen. He knew there was no more defending this. Jenna recovered enough poise to give me a hard stare. You're bluffing. I arched a challenging brow, thumbing the screen to display the first explicit image. Am I? She flinched as if struck, realizing her gambit had failed. But when she spoke again, her voice was thick with bitter resignation. All right, Marlene, you've got us. Her expression turned flinty, accusing. But if you show Max those pictures, it'll break his heart permanently. Is that what you really want? I opened my mouth to respond, but she barreled on. And even if he does leave me, do you think Rex is going to stick by your side after this? The company, the money, he controls all of it. You'll be left with nothing. A heavy silence fell over the table. I hated to admit it, but the bitch had a point. Still, I refused to be intimidated by her thinly veiled threats. Are you trying to cut a deal here? I asked with a humorless laugh. She lifted her chin defiantly. Just stating the facts. If you want to burn everything to the ground, be my guest, but I'd advise finding a different way to get your revenge. Disgust churned in my gut at her callous audacity. But as much as it galled me, her logic was sound. If I showed Max now, they'd turn it around to make me the unstable one destroying the family. No, if I wanted to truly make them pay, I needed to bide my time. Gather more evidence, more ammunition to ensure their utter downfall when I finally made my move. I locked eyes with Jenna, my expression steely. You're right, for now I'll play along in your little facade. A feral smile stretched my lips. But this isn't over, not by a long shot. The next few weeks were a calculated war of silence and subtle sabotage. Any time Rex and Jenna were together, I made sure to be a lurking, silent presence, a constant reminder that I was on to their twisted games. Jenna tried to keep up her sugary sweet facade around Max, but I saw the cracks. The way her smile became just a little too forced when I entered a room. How her eyes would flit to me with thinly veiled apprehension before remembering herself. Good. Let the snake fret, never knowing when I'd choose to strike. As for Rex, he could barely meet my gaze these days. The bright confidence that first drew me to him was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a diffident, shameful demeanor. Part of me relished seeing the arrogant prick broken down like this. Still, the pitiful display only fueled the flames of my fury. He didn't deserve the mercy of wallowing in guilt and remorse, not after the depth of his betrayal. No, for them I needed to enact a punishment befitting the crime. And to do that, I needed undeniable ammunition, more proof of their sordid misdeeds to detonate their twisted facade once and for all. That's when the idea struck me. Use their own technology against them. Rex's company had rolled out an innovative home security system, sensors disguised as common household objects to monitor everything from motion and temperature to audio recordings. The smart software could detect irregular activity and automatically record video or audio files. At first, I cringed at the idea of spying on my own family, but after picturing Jenna's smug grin, her thinly veiled threats and false platitudes, my reservations melted away. They had brought this on themselves with their depraved actions. That weekend, I activated the discrete recording devices and positioned them meticulously around the house. Once set up, all I had to do was wait for them to inevitably slip up. And I knew they would. Cheaters and liars always grew complacent and careless eventually. Sure enough, the bugs soon paid off in spades. I'll never forget that night, sitting alone at the kitchen island while Rex and Jenna carried on in the living room, oblivious. Through the baby monitor setting, I heard everything. The soft clink of ice in a glass, a low feminine giggle, hushed whispers rife with heated innuendo. My fists clenched as sugary endearments and filthy nothings polluted my ears. This was what I'd been waiting for, cold, hard proof of their indiscretions, to shove in their smug faces. And yet, sickeningly, the more I heard, the more I realized they simply didn't care. Not about me, about Max and our family, or facing any consequences. It was all just a game to them, driven by their selfish cravings. Something inside me shifted at that moment, like a switch being flicked. Gone were any lingering traces of sadness or hurt, replaced by an icy, single-minded determination. I would burn them both to the fucking ground. From that day on, I changed my tactics. Instead of constantly monitoring their tryst like an overbearing warden, I receded into the background, giving them just enough leash to hang themselves with. Whenever they rendezvoused, thinking themselves cleverly discreet, I was always there, invisible eyes and ears soaking up every lurid, damning detail. Files upon files of incriminating evidence piled up, sitting angel of vengeance waiting to dole out its divine justice. More time passed. The longer Jenna and Rex went unchallenged, inevitably they grew emboldened, sloppy. Their indiscretions escalated from lingering looks and innuendos to more and more brazen physical acts. Each offense was meticulously documented. With each new video or audio clip, the noose of hard proof tightened inexorably around their necks, never once suspecting that with their every arrogant violation, they were only digging their graves deeper. At last, when I'd compiled an unimpeachable dossier of their sins, as damning as it was comprehensive, I allowed myself a thin, vicious smile. The time for hiding in the shadows was over. Now it was time for the grand unveiling, and to finally make these two depraved snakes reap their rightful karma. With my unassailable trove of evidence secured, I shifted to the next phase, ensuring their downfall would be complete and utter when I finally dropped the hammer. I started small, setting the stage with subtle moves calculated to destabilize Rex and Jenna's lives and erode their senses of control. Nothing too overt that would tip my hand, but seemingly innocuous disruptions that planted the seeds of anxiety and distrust. First was isolating Rex financially. Over the years, his success had made him increasingly lax in handling the household finances. He just signed whatever I put in front of him, leaving me to actually manage our money, investments, accounts, everything. This blind trust in me proved quite useful. With a few deft keystrokes, I liquidated our long-term assets and siphoned the funds into a new private account under my name. Tedious paperwork, sure, but the sheer scope of assets I methodically bled from Rex's holdings would leave him destitute once revealed. I even went so far as to contact our lawyers and update our wills, citing a routine financial review. More paperwork for Rex to simply sign off on without a second thought. All the while, he remained utterly clueless to the way I was stripping away his wealth, influence, and power piece by piece, dismantling the very foundations that made him such an arrogant, self-assured prick. The financial sabotage was going perfectly, but what to do about Jenna? She required a more personal touch to shatter her delusional sense of control. And it had to be precise, surgical even, to weaken her without rousing suspicion. Fortunately, I had just the right tools at my disposal. You see, the home sensors I'd used to document their affair were part of a much larger integrated smart home system, one that allowed remote operation of the thermostat, lighting, TV, and even individual kitchen appliances. Not convenient, but a virtual spiderweb spanning the entire house. At first, I used this capability simply to monitor their indiscretions undetected. But why stop there? Why not weaponize this power for some judicious, localized torment? So that's what I did. It started small, flickering lights when Jenna entered a room, or abrupt temperature fluctuations while she was working. A whisper of unsettling ambience just present enough to fray her nerves without identifying the cause. Before long, her seemingly random unease escalated into palpable jitteriness. Darting glances over her shoulder whenever she was alone, reflexively clutching her arms against a phantom chill, double-checking that the oven was off or the TV remote wasn't missing. Each time her mounting paranoia surfaced, I allowed myself a vindictive little smile. Yes, let the deceitful bitch stew in her disquiet and sinking sense of control. Let it fester like an untreated wound. Meanwhile, as I covertly tormented Jenna through technological gaslighting, my preparations on a more personal front accelerated as well. I reopened all the private accounts and assets I'd frozen or closed over the years at Rex's advisement, reclaiming my legal identity and financial autonomy. I also began quietly consulting divorce lawyers and advice columns on dividing assets and extracting maximum damages from cheating spouses. Information was power, and I intended to wield that power like a scalpel to excise Rex from my life. Still, for all my discreet empire building, something kept niggling at the back of my mind, a persistent sense that I was still missing some crucial element or failsafe to guarantee their absolute ruination when the gauntlet finally dropped. Then I remembered Rex's one fatally arrogant blind spot, his ego. For years the self-important ass had blocked my access to his work computer under the laughable belief that I was technically inept, as if his little corporate sandbox was some impenetrable sanctum to shield his secrets. Well, His smugness was about to be his undoing. It took some doing, but I eventually remembered an old recovery password he used on all his devices, the same one he never bothered updating. With it, I gained full access not just to his emails, files, and records, but his entire company database. As the sheer profusion of corporate intel poured across my screen, I felt the tides inexorably shift in my favor. Yes, this was it, the ultimate safeguard, the finishing touch to my scheme. After obsessively combing through every last byte of that digital vault, I finally had everything required to detonate the lives of my disloyal husband and faithless snake of a daughter-in-law. Rex and Jenna thought they were calling the shots, secure in their arrogant duplicity. But in reality, theirs was a house of cards just waiting for the slightest breeze to come crashing down. And I was a goddamn tornado. After weeks of meticulous planning and covert preparation, the time had finally come to execute my grand reckoning. The scene was perfectly set, a lavish family gathering under the guise of celebrating Rex's latest corporate promotion. A more oblivious observer might have mistaken the occasion for a joyous affair. Laughter and well wishes flowed as freely as the champagne, while Rex basked in the admiring glow, doting Jenna hanging on his arm like a trophy wife. But I knew better than to be fooled by such niceties. This was merely the calm before the storm I was about to unleash. As dinner wrapped up and the guests migrated to the living area, I caught Rex's eye. He offered me a tentative smile that didn't reach his eyes before hastily looking away. Poor bastard knew this uneasy truce between us was living on borrowed time. Well, his time was up. Once the crowd was settled, I took the opportunity to quietly disappear and cue up my technological grand jury of evidence. A few taps on my tablet synced to the living room's media suite, readying a bespoke slideshow to unspool their sordid crimes. When I emerged and rejoined the assembled party, a surprised murmur rippled through the crowd. I stood in place, my expression impassive and unsmiling as I remotely triggered the flats, commanding its undivided attention. "Everyone, if I could have a moment, please," my voice rang clear over the sudden hush. "There's something you all need to see." The first few frames were innocuous enough, simple photos from our family albums spanning holidays, vacations, get-togethers through the years. Nothing too out of the ordinary to rouse suspicion. Not yet, anyway. I watched in silent vindication as frame after frame marched on, the visuals growing increasingly lurid and indicting, incriminating screenshots of emails and text exchanges, followed by snippets of intimate recordings and tawdry videos. The atmosphere in the room quickly morphed from polite curiosity to a rising wave of shock and horror. Glasses hit the floor, clinking against dumbstruck silence and stifled gasps as the magnitude of the betrayal sank in. Exactly according to plan. Rex looked like he was about to swallow his own tongue, fists clenched so hard the knuckles were white. Meanwhile, Jenna just stared vapidly at the screen, expressions slackening into hollow resignation as her entire world caved in around her. Beside them, Max went so pale I thought he might actually faint dead away. Any illusions he harbored about his perfect little family were withering by the second, incinerated in the kiln of my merciless exposure. Part of me felt a twinge of pity for the poor bastard, but I quickly shunted it aside. He'd thank me later for freeing him from these parasites. By the time the slideshow reached its climax, an exquisitely curated kaleidoscope of Rex and Jenna's most revolting indiscretions, the room had descended into utter pandemonium. Screams and recriminations filled the air as the assembled crowd turned on the disgraced couple with unbridled rage and disgust. With a detached flick of my fingers, I killed the display, plunging the room into silence as awful as the grave. All eyes rounded on me with a mixture of fury, revulsion, and desperate pleas to deny what they'd just witnessed. Good. Let them stew in their conflicted indignation. Because at that moment, all I felt was a bone-deep sense of satisfaction at bringing these two snakes' deceit into the harsh light of reckoning. This was vengeance, pure and undiluted. A trembling hand appeared in my periphery as Rex staggered forward, looking utterly diminished and pitiful. Marlene. His mouth worked soundlessly, struggling to form words as the tidal wave of disgrace crushed him. How could you do this to me, to our family? To my surprise, I felt a bizarre pang of pity for the broken shell of a man before me. This hollowed-out, beaten cur was a far cry from the arrogant prick I once knew and despised. He already looked half dead on the inside. But just as quickly as it flared, the wisp of sympathy was snuffed out, smothered by the all-consuming sense of righteous retribution driving me forward. I met Rex's pleading gaze with all the cold, remorseless contempt I could muster. Do? My voice sliced through the tension like a blade. I haven't done anything but show our so-called family the truth about the unfaithful snake they've been harboring. Striding forward, I turned and looked squarely at Jenna, taking grim satisfaction in her cowering terror. This is what happens to those who betray me and revel in their sins. My words rang with finality, hammering the first nails into their karmic judgment. It may have taken time, but your disgusting charade ends here. Jenna's mouth moved, but only a terrified squeak emerged. Pathetic. I fixed her with a withering glare of utter disdain before sweeping my eyes over the rest of the horrified crowd. And as for you all, I'm done being surrounded by lies and deception. Fire blazed behind my stare, so make your choices accordingly. In the aftermath of my explosive unveiling, the room plunged into utter chaos. Shouting and screaming erupted from all corners as the shock of Rex and Jenna's betrayal detonated like a grenade in the midst of our gathering. Through the haze of hysteria, I watched in cold satisfaction as the duplicitous pair shrank back under the weight of unbridled fury and disgust leveled at them. In that moment, they both looked utterly diminished and pitiful, sad, broken shells of the manipulative vipers I'd unmasked. No more feigned airs of superiority. No more posturing or hiding behind smug facades, just raw, naked humiliation laid bare before their horrified loved ones. I felt no pity whatsoever, only the ruthless vindication of justice served. As the tidal wave of rage threatened to crash down upon them, a sudden movement sliced through the madness. With an anguished bellow, Max erupted from his stupor and launched himself at Rex, eyes wild and fists swinging. "You lying son of a bitch!" His words were choked sobs as he rained blows upon his father. My own wife? Rex made no attempt to defend himself from the onslaught, merely cringing like a kicked dog as the punches connected solidly with his face and body. Blood soon trickled from his nose and split lip as Max repeatedly punished him with white-knuckled fury. The display was as pathetic as it was cathartic to witness. All the arrogance and entitlement beaten out of the unfaithful prick who had betrayed our entire family. Movement flickered in my periphery, accompanied by a shrill cry, "Maxwell, stop!" Jenna rushed forward to pull her husband off Rex, but Max shrugged her off with violent ease, nearly sending her sprawling. His rage was solely concentrated on his father's bloodied form. "Don't you dare touch me, you whore!" he spat with astonishing venom. "All these years, and you were sleeping with that piece of shit?" Jenna flinched as if struck, visibly wilting under the scalding heat of her husband's disgust and hatred. Humiliation and fear roiled across her expression as she found herself the despised target of the very same fury I had once endured. Serves the faithless bitch right. With one last savage shove, Max sent Rex crashing back to the carpet in a crumpled, wheezing heap. I tensed, readying myself to intervene if the violence escalated too far. But instead, Max simply rocked back on his heels and stared down at the broken man before him, chest heaving. For a long moment, their eyes locked. The black vortex of a son's love curdled into bottomless revulsion. Then, with an anguished growl, he whirled away and stalked across the room, arms folded over his chest like he might crack apart otherwise. The spell finally broke, and hissed whispers rippled through our stunned spectators. All eyes focused intently on Rex and Jenna, awaiting some excuse, some explanation for their depravity. But none came. Rex only cowered on the floor, curled in on himself like a shamed child, and Jenna, that shrew, openly gaped, as if still unable to fully process the reality demolishing her life. Pathetic. Simply pathetic. "How could you?" A raw, trembling voice cut through the palpable tension. Everyone followed the sound to a sobbing Mary, Jenna's own sister and my most dearest friend, who was now staring aghast at her disgraced flesh and blood. "Jesus, Jen, your own husband?" Jenna blinked slowly, opening and closing her mouth like a landed fish. But it seemed any pithy justifications she might attempt had fled in the wake of her shattered world, abandoned under the implacable weight of her sins. Hot tears streaked down Mary's face as she shook her head in disgust. I can't even look at you." With that, she turned and scurried from the room in a blind flight of misery and betrayal. Another casualty of Jenna's boundless selfishness and lack of morals. A heavy, damning silence followed as the harsh reality of Max's shattered marriage and our family's dissolution crashed over us all. Only the occasional sniffle or muffled sob marred the quiet as the crowd drifted apart into smaller knots, whispering shell-shocked judgments and recoiling from the disgraced. Through it all, Rex and Jenna remained adrift in their own private islands of despair and humiliation, finally reaping their well-earned rewards. Their lies, their betrayal, their arrogant delusions, all of it had finally caught up with the depraved fools, undone at last by their own shameless sins. As I watched the disgraced pair shrink further under the weight of righteous disgust directed at them, I felt a deep, settled sense of satisfaction take root. A cold, vicious triumph at orchestrating their flawless downfall and reclaiming my dignity. The scales were balanced. Karma had been served. I was free. In the weeks and months following my merciless unveiling, the shockwaves continued rippling through our fractured family. Rex and Jenna's affair, that seismic betrayal detonated into the harsh light, left an impact crater of devastation that couldn't be easily overcome. Not that either of those depraved snakes seemed capable of recovery to begin with. As the legalities of our divorce proceedings ground into motion, it became excruciatingly apparent how overpowered and checkmated Rex was in the wake of my preparations. The finances, assets, even those precious corporate assets he'd guarded like Gollum's trinkets, all of it systematically stripped away and redirected into safeguarding my future. That arrogant, conniving prick didn't see it coming until it was far too late. By the time the final paperwork came down, his cushy lifestyle and affluent identity had been dismantled and remanded to the void. He was well and truly ruined, a hollowed-out husk destined to spend his twilight years, destitute and shamed by his own callous misdeeds. Most would consider such cruel vengeance excessive, if not outright unethical. But they didn't endure the bone-deep pain of being so completely betrayed by the person they loved most in this world. Hadn't spent countless nights sobbing myself hollow after uncovering the sordid depths of their indiscretions and lack of remorse. No. Long before our divorce, Rex's cavalier infidelity had made him the living, breathing embodiment of the monster under the bed he'd inflicted on me through his actions. He'd willingly traded the sanctity of our marriage vows and family for his tawdry pleasures. So I took from him the only things his worthless hide truly valued: his wealth, status, and precious corporate legacy. An eye for an eye, a soul for the lifetime of damage he'd wrought through his weakness and selfishness. He'd brought his ruination upon himself. As for Jenna, the so-called love of his wretched life, well, she fared even worse in the aftermath. Her own husband Max washed his hands of her duplicity, severing their relationship with a vicious finality I'd never seen in him before. Poor girl didn't just lose her marriage, but her entire support system, too. Mary, her sister and best friend, cut all ties after being blindsided by the ugly truth. And Jenna's parents, once so proud of their brightest daughter, they wouldn't even look at her during supervised visits with her nephew, their only grandchild. Each ostracization, each closed door in her face was a well-earned denial of any last vestiges of sympathy or compassion Jenna might have merited. Her sins had irrevocably alienated her from every person who'd once loved and supported her through life's difficulties. I suppose part of me should feel some inkling of pity for the scorned viper who so richly deserved her utter isolation and ruin. But I just couldn't muster it. That parasitic succubus brought her karmic recompense on herself through her faithlessness and haughty belief that she was untouchable. With each fresh glance of Jenna's haggard, haunted appearance at the periphery of town, I felt only a fierce sense of ruthless satisfaction, a roiling, visceral need to remind myself of my ultimate triumph. This was the path she chose for herself, the just reckoning of her unrepentant sins, no more, no less. So while the duplicitous vermin licked their wounds in disgrace and ruin, I slowly extricated myself from the withered remnants of our tainted family remnants. With my financial future secured and independence reclaimed, I set about crafting a new identity for myself, one free from the lies and baggage of the past. Slowly but surely, the darkness became light. A sturdy foundation started taking shape, built on more trustworthy, meaningful relationships, ones that couldn't be poisoned and undermined by the betrayal of selfish, petty people. Max was understandably shaken to his core, but as the wronged man in this tragedy, he found immense empathy and support from those who'd suffered alongside us. Together, with an unbreakable bond of solidarity, we began patiently clearing away the rubble to reconstruct mutual happiness. And as the months ticked by, the lingering embers of bitterness and fury gradually cooled and hardened into an impenetrable armor, an internal suit of fortified resilience that could never again be breached by such weakness and dishonor. Which was for the best, because my new chapter was just beginning. The story closes on a crisp spring evening over a year later. Birds chirping, warm breezes ushering in vibrant renewal. I'm hosting a small gathering at my new home with Max and his son, that laughing freely and swapping stories over fresh lemonade. My favorite people, the ones who stood by me through all the darkness and despair, toast to a hard-fought new beginning, a future where the very concept of betrayal is an impossibility. And as the sun sets on my reborn life, I allow myself a rare, beatific smile. For out of the ashes of obliterated lies and shattered illusions, I've forged genuine happiness, a sturdier eternal truth, at long last, true peace. A victory snatched from the reviled, but mine alone to fully savor. The shrill ring of my cell phone jolted me awake. I fumbled in the dark until my fingers closed around the buzzing device. Bleary-eyed, I glanced at the clock, 2:37 a.m., then down at the caller ID flashing Eli. My nephew rarely called, let alone at this hour. Dread swirled in my gut as I answered. Aunt Marla? Eli's anxious voice gave me chills. It's Grandpa. You need to get over here. What's going on? I sat upright, pulse racing. It's bad. He hesitated. I think Grandma has really lost it this time. My breath caught in my throat. Lana, my sister-in-law, had always been a bit unstable, but Eli's tone suggested whatever was happening now was far worse. Just get over here, he pleaded. Hurry. The line went dead. I shook my husband Alex awake. It's your dad, I said urgently. Something's wrong. 30 minutes later, we pulled into the driveway of the run-down bungalow Lana and my father-in-law Harrison called home. It was a far cry from the upscale neighborhood where Alex and I lived in Chicago. The front door creaked open. Eli's slender frame was silhouetted in the entryway. Thank God you're here, he whispered, glancing nervously over his shoulder. Come see. He led us through the dark, cluttered living room. I gasped at the sight of Harrison slumped in a tattered recliner. His wispy white hair hung limply over hollow cheeks. Dark circles ringed his sunken eyes. His bathrobe hung loosely on a skeletal frame. An empty TV dinner tray and bedpan sat on the floor nearby, along with a pile of soiled linens. The stench of urine and feces overwhelmed me. Grandpa? My voice quivered. Harrison's glassy eyes met mine, but there was no recognition. How could she let this happen? Alex choked out. Where is Lana? I demanded. She's upstairs. Passed out, probably, Eli said bitterly. Too busy partying and spending their money to take care of him. Rage and disgust roiled inside me. I wanted to storm upstairs and tear Lana apart, but Harrison needed us now. Gently cupping his cheek, I said, It's me, Dad, Marla. We're going to take care of you. His parched lips moved soundlessly. I cradled his frail body as sobs racked my frame. Alex enveloped us both in his strong arms. We stayed like that for some time, holding this man we all loved so dearly, now reduced to a shell of his former self. Finally, Alex broke the silence. We'll take him home with us tonight and get him the care he needs, he said firmly. Should we confront Lana? I kept my voice low, conscious of her just upstairs. Alex's jaw tightened. Not yet. Not yet. Right now, we just need to get your dad out of here, I nodded, wiping my eyes. As we moved toward the door, Harrison clutched my hand. His rheumy eyes found focus. My sweet girl, he croaked. You came. Tears spilled down my cheeks. I'll always be here for you, Dad, I whispered. We bundled him carefully into the back seat, swaddling his frail body in blankets. Exhaustion showed in the lines etched around his mouth and eyes, but the faintest hint of a smile played on his lips. As Alex steered us home through the early morning light, I watched the sunrise paint the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. The colors reminded me of when I was a little girl, and Harrison would wake me early to watch the daybreak together. I swallowed hard. How could I not have known how much he was suffering? I should have protected him from her. Should have stopped this. I stroked Harrison's hair as he slept. It's going to be different now, Dad, I whispered. I promise. The next morning, I stood at the kitchen window cradling a cup of coffee, watching the sunrise paint vibrant hues across the sky. After the emotional roller coaster of last night, the familiar view soothed me. Alex came up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. How's your dad? Still sleeping, I said. He was so exhausted. Alex kissed the top of my head. Let's go check on him. We entered the guest bedroom quietly. Morning light filtered through sheer curtains, illuminating Harrison's sleeping form. The sharp angles of his body protruded beneath the blankets, but his face looked peaceful for the first time in ages. Seeing him safe in our home filled me with relief, yet rage still simmered inside me. I turned to Alex. We need to go back there today. His brow furrowed. Are you sure? Maybe we should give it some time. I shook my head firmly. The hell with waiting. I need to know exactly what's been going on in that house. Alex sighed, but didn't argue further. We both knew the truth needed to come out. Within the hour, we were pulling onto Lana's street. She must have seen us coming, because the front door flew open before we even exited the car. Get out! Lana's shrill voice pierced the morning quiet. Mascara was smeared down her stubbled cheeks. You had no right to take him. I strode up to her, getting right in her pallid face. No right? You neglected him to the point his own grandson had to call us for help. He could have died. Lana's bloodshot eyes blazed with fury. Don't you dare judge me. You abandoned this family, ran off to your fancy new life, and left the rest of us behind. She jabbed a finger at Alex. Some devoted son you are. Alex gently steered me into the house. As we moved further inside, the squalor became painfully clear. Trash and clutter piled up everywhere. Dishes with moldy food remains were stacked high in the kitchen. The bathroom reeked of urine and feces. My anger erupted. You miserable bitch. Look at this place. Look at what you've become. Lana smirked coldly. I'm living my life how I want. If the old man doesn't like it, too bad. While you party and whore around, you left your own father-in-law to rot. I shot back. So what if I have a lover? Lana sneered. At least someone wants me. It was clear she felt no remorse. I wanted to slap the smug look off her face, but violence wouldn't solve this. Alex put a hand on my shoulder, holding me back. We're taking over Harrison's care and selling this place, he said evenly. You won't get another cent. Lana's sneer faded. For a moment, fear flickered in her eyes, then the mask slid back into place. We'll see about that, she hissed. As we left, I saw the neighbors peeking out from behind their curtains. Word would spread quickly about what had transpired. Lena's reputation in this town was destroyed. Good, I thought viciously. Let her suffer. Back home, I perched on the edge of Harrison's bed. His color seemed better this morning. I stroked his wispy hair gently. It's going to be okay now, Dad, I whispered. She won't ever hurt you again. I'll make sure of it. He clasped my hand weakly, eyes brimming with tears. I laid down beside him and held him as he wept, soothing him until we both drifted off to sleep. Over the next few days, I barely left Harrison's side. His physical health was improving, but emotionally he was still fragile. We passed the time looking at old photo albums, watching classic movies, and going for gentle walks around the neighborhood. Alex split his time between checking on his dad and gathering information about Lana's misdeeds. From the stacks of unopened mail and overdue notices he found, it was clear she had been neglecting finances along with caring for Harrison. Late one night after Harrison had gone to sleep, Alex came into our bedroom clutching a manila envelope. His face was grim. I think you need to see this, he said. He pulled out a private investigator's report. As I scanned through it, the ugly truth about Lana's double life unraveled before me. While Harrison lived in squalor, she had secretly drained hundreds of thousands from their shared accounts to fund shopping sprees, a monthly apartment in the city, and lavish vacations with her lover, a man named Shane. That heartless bitch, I seethed. Alex nodded. It gets worse. The PI got photos of her and Shane coming out of a casino. Looks like they've gambled away a huge chunk of the money. My blood boiled. I had naively thought Lana's neglect was a sign of mental illness, but this went far beyond instability. She had deliberately and systematically bled Harrison dry to fund her own selfish lifestyle. I tossed the report on the nightstand and began furiously pacing. We need to confront her. Make her admit what she's done. I agree, said Alex, but we need actual evidence first. Over the next few days, we discreetly gathered financial records, photo evidence, and statements from Harrison's doctors detailing his neglect. Finally, we had enough documentation to irrefutably prove what Lana had done. The showdown happened at Sunday dinner with the extended family. I waited until everyone had finished eating before slamming the evidence down on the table. Take a look, I hissed at Lana. Still want to claim you've done nothing wrong? All eyes turned to Lana. She stared sullenly at the papers and photos spread out before her. This is bullshit, she muttered. But her face had gone pale, eyes darting nervously. Is it? I held up a bank statement. Then explain why you spent over $15,000 last month on designer clothes while your father-in-law was lying in his own filth. The table erupted. Alex's brothers shouted accusations while their wives gasped in horror. Lena shrank back, turning whiter by the second. I slammed my hand down, silencing the commotion. Leaning in close to Lana's face, I whispered, "You're done. We are going to make you pay for everything you've done to him." She gaped wordlessly like a fish out of water. Then her eyes hardened. "Do your worst," she hissed. "I regret nothing." I wanted to slap her across her smug, spiteful face. But she wasn't worth it. Turning to the table, I stated, "My father-in-law will not be returning to this house. We're meeting with lawyers next week to start seizing assets." Alex squeezed my shoulder. I looked into the faces of our family, seeing shock and anger, but also hope that justice would be served. As we left, Lana shouted empty threats at our backs. They only strengthened my resolve. With the proof now exposed, she had lost her power. I would not rest until she paid for every cruel thing she had done, for Harrison's sake, and for the sake of our entire family. The week after the family dinner was a whirlwind. Alex and I met with lawyers to start the process of seizing Lana's assets. We toured assisted living facilities, finally selecting a charming home just a few miles from our house. When movers arrived to pack up Harrison's belongings, Lana threw a fit. She hurled curses and threats, blocking their access to the house. But when Alex called the police, she finally retreated, scowling and defeated. By Friday, Harrison was happily settled into his new home. Seeing his smile return was the best revenge against Lana. With my father-in-law taken care of, I turned my attention to making Lana pay. Our lawyers froze all her accounts and seized the house and vehicles. Her phone was shut off and utilities canceled after she failed to pay the bills. Cut off from her spoiled lifestyle, Lana became more unhinged by the day. She continued hurling insults and threats at Alex and me. I refused to let her intimidate me. That Sunday, we hosted another family gathering at our home. I knew Lana would show up to cause a scene. Sure enough, she stormed through the front door reeking of booze and cigarettes. "You spiteful bitch," she slurred, jabbing a finger at me. "I want my house back." I feigned calm, sipping my wine. "The house has been seized. You won't get another penny of my father-in-law's money." Lana's face purpled with rage. "You'll regret this," she seethed. "I'll make you pay." Alex gently took her arm. "I think you should leave, Lana." She shoved him away violently. "Don't touch me." Her shouting had drawn the attention of the entire party. Our relatives looked on with disgust at her slovenly appearance and crazed behavior. "Let's all have a chat in the other room," I said lightly, leading the group away. Lana stood fuming in the foyer as we calmly filed into the living room, excluding her from the gathering. Through the wall, we could hear glass shattering as she ransacked the kitchen in a rage. Still, I refused to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. "I'll handle the damages," I told my guests. "She's only lashing out because she knows she's lost." They murmured in agreement. Lana had destroyed her last ounce of sympathy with these unhinged actions. Soon the chatter and laughter from our party drowned out Lana's tantrum. Occasional thuds sounded from the kitchen, but I ignored them, continuing to mingle happily. Finally, the front door slammed as Lana made her exit. The party continued late into the evening, with Alex and I basking in our family's love and support. The next morning I surveyed the damage in the light of day. Shattered glass and broken dishes littered the floor. Cabinets hung open, contents strewn wildly across countertops. As I cleaned up Lana's mess, fury rose inside me. Her petty lashing out only strengthened my resolve for justice. I would not stop until she faced real consequences for her cruelty. By the time Alex came downstairs, the kitchen was spotless again. He wrapped me in a hug. "It's almost over," he said. "Then we can move on." I nodded, laying my head on his shoulder. Lana's reign of terror was ending. Soon she would become nothing but a cautionary tale for our family, while Harrison enjoyed the peaceful life he deserved. For all the damage she had wrought, karma had finally caught up to my cruel sister-in-law. I intended to watch her crash and burn. Our lawyers worked swiftly to build an airtight case against Lana. Alex and I supplied bank records, photos, and affidavits confirming her neglect and misuse of funds. Lana's rage intensified as the legal noose tightened around her neck. She left threatening voicemails and lurked outside our house at all hours. I refused to show any fear, though I took precautions like installing security cameras. One evening, I came home to find slurs spray-painted across our front door. As I scrubbed at the marks, fury boiled up inside me. The time had come to take definitive action against her. At my instruction, our lawyers filed a restraining order. Lana was banned from contacting us or coming within 500 feet of our home in Harrison's assisted living facility. The next phase of my plan involved exposing her cruelty to the world. I gave interviews to local media outlets, providing financial records that proved Lana had robbed her own father-in-law to fund her sordid lifestyle. The story exploded. People were outraged at Lana for what she'd done. Her reputation was left in tatters. With the court date looming, Alex and I continued gathering irrefutable evidence of Lana's wrongdoing. I wanted to bury her completely, leaving no room for lies or excuses. One night over a late dinner, Alex gave me a somber look. "I found out something you need to know. Shane came to the house a few times while Dad was still living there." Rage instantly flooded my body. That bastard was in the same house as my helpless father-in-law? Alex nodded grimly. I slammed my fist on the table, making the dishes rattle. "We'll subpoena him. Make him testify against her." Having Shane expose Lana's affair and neglect in court would utterly destroy her. This was the final nail in her coffin. In the weeks leading up to the trial, I was energized with a sense of purpose. Even as Lana's harassment escalated with more vandalism and violent threats, I refused to be cowed. The night before we were set to face her in court, Alex found me sitting awake in the darkness. He flipped on the bedside lamp and took my hands in his. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" he asked gently. "Destroying her won't undo what happened." I squeezed his hands. "You're right, but she has to pay for what she did for our family's sake." Alex pulled me into his strong arms. I laid my head on his chest, taking comfort in his warmth and strength. Tomorrow, justice would be served. The next morning I dressed with calm precision, donning an understated black suit and strings of pearls, Harrison's favorite. I swept my hair into a sleek knot. My makeup was flawless. In the car, Alex gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. "Let's finish this." Walking tall into the courthouse, I was no longer just a woman scorned. I was an avatar of justice. Lana would finally reap what she had sown. She withered under my icy stare as I took the stand to testify, dispassionately recounting her misdeeds. When Shane confirmed their affair had started before Harrison's decline, the last embers of Lana's defiance extinguished. The satisfaction I expected to feel at her downfall faded as her sentence was handed down. She looked small and pathetic now, robbed of her smug bravado. Her punishment would be a lonely, difficult road, the only true justice for her cruelty. As Alex and I left the courthouse, I finally let it sink in that the fight was over. Lana could no longer hurt our family. I leaned into my husband, releasing a deep sigh of relief. The day of reckoning had arrived. Lana sat hunched at the defendant's table, her dingy sweater and greasy hair a far cry from her formerly lavish appearance. Her face was etched with resentment, eyes smoldering with impotent fury. I smoothed my skirt, spine ruler straight. Today the full truth would be exposed. There was no turning back now. As the prosecution detailed Lana's neglect, her gaze remained fixed on the floor. But when evidence of her affair and misused funds were presented, her head jerked up, eyes flaring. The prosecutor called Shane as a witness. I watched Lana's face drain of color as her former lover took the stand. Shane recounted in detail how their trysts began before Harrison's decline. Lana swiveled in her seat, hissing at him to shut up. The judge rapped his gavel, demanding order. When the prosecution rested, Lana's lawyer rose on shaky legs. "No further questions," he mumbled. Even her own counsel knew she was indefensible. As we broke for recess, Lana sprang from her seat, eyes wild. "You'll pay for this, Marla," she growled, leaning into my face. Before she could continue her threats, a bailiff grabbed her shoulders, steering her back. I didn't flinch, holding her raging glare with cool contempt. She had already lost. The verdict came swiftly, guilty on all counts of neglect, abuse, and fraud. Lana collapsed back into her seat as the sentence was read, 20 years in prison, seizure of her remaining assets. Alex hugged me tightly. Murmurs rippled through the gallery. I had won, but strangely felt only a sense of weary relief that it was finally over. At a celebratory family dinner that night, I raised a toast. "Here's to a fresh start for all of us," I proclaimed. Glasses clinked all around. Harrison, seated in a place of honor, gave me a knowing smile. The worst was behind us now. I visited Lana just once in prison. She sat across the table behind smudged plexiglass, eyes as hard as stone. "Come to gloat?" she sneered. "I came to give you a chance," I said evenly. "Admit what you've done, and start making amends." She barked out a harsh laugh. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Leaning forward, I met her glare. "The only person still clinging to lies is you. This is your chance to change." Her lip curled in a snarl. "Save your sanctimonious bullshit. I'll never confess to crimes I didn't commit." I stood calmly. "Then I hope you can find some shred of humanity left in yourself. Goodbye, Lana." She shouted obscenities at my back as I walked away without a glance back. There was nothing left to say. In the parking lot, I turned my face to the sun, letting its warmth wash over me. The long ordeal was finally over. Lana could no longer hurt our family. At home, Harrison slept peacefully in the guest room, his health steadily improving. I watched his chest gently rise and fall, profoundly grateful he was safe. Sliding into bed beside Alex, I whispered, "It's really over now." He wrapped me in his strong arms. I had weathered the storm, keeping my promise to protect the father I loved. Lana's cruelty was no longer our burden to bear. As I nestled into my husband's embrace, the tension that had gripped my body for months finally melted away. I had faced the darkness and emerged wiser, with relationships renewed. Our lives could begin anew. In the months following the trial, I finally felt like I could breathe again. With Lana sentenced and assets seized, she had no power left to hurt us. Harrison thrived in the tranquility of the assisted living home. His charming suite had bright artwork, plush furniture, and a view of landscaped gardens. No locks confined him now, only kindness and community. Staff doted on him as he regained strength, both physical and emotional. He cherished the social activities that engaged his quick mind and lively spirit. I delighted in seeing joy sparkle in his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Lana wasted away in her stark prison cell. At first she screamed threats and hurled abuse at guards. But as the years of hard times stretched endlessly before her, her fury extinguished into hopelessness. Sometimes I thought of who Lana used to be, a smiling young bride, promising artist, before bitterness consumed her soul. But any sympathy faded when I looked at the father she had almost destroyed. With Lana gone, Alex and I celebrated milestones in peace. On our anniversary, we dined at the cozy Italian restaurant where he had proposed. For the first time in ages, the wine tasted sweet, unmarred by resentment. To new beginnings, I toasted, clinking my glass to his. The past was finally behind us. When my promotion came through, Harrison was the first person I called. "You always were destined for great things," he said proudly. His encouragement, once a steady comfort, meant everything now. At relaxed family dinners, none of us uttered Lana's name. Her presence, though malignant, had dominated our lives for so long. With her gone, we focused on shared joy. One crisp autumn afternoon, Harrison dozed in a lounge chair while I raked leaves in his garden. The simple act of tending this space together soothed my soul. When I knelt to adjust his blanket, his eyes flickered open. "You saved me, you know," he whispered. I clasped his frail hand. We saved each other. This was the life he always deserved, warm sun on his face, comfort and love surrounding him. I would move heaven and earth to keep him safe. As the holidays approached, Alex and I brought Harrison to our home for an intimate celebration. He shone as the guest of honor, looking dapper in a tailored shirt and vest. I raised my wine glass high, to the people who matter most. Our small gathering glowed with devotion. We had weathered tribulations but emerged wiser and closer. The coming year held nothing but promise. On New Year's Eve, I visited Lana in prison one last time. She sat with shoulders hunched, hair streaked with gray. "I'm not here to gloat," I said. "Just to tell you that you're free now, too. To change, make amends however you can." Her eyes narrowed. "Amends? I have nothing to atone for." I sighed and stood to leave. She would likely cling to denial forever, poisoning her soul. The divide between us was permanent as a scar. Stepping outside into the bracing air, I inhaled deeply. Our family's fresh start awaited. Whatever Lana chose, I refused to look back again. The next sunrise welcomed a new year, shimmering with hope. Harrison and I watched the glowing sky together, fingers intertwined. "The future belongs to us now," I whispered. He squeezed my hand gently. "We're just getting started." Time flowed smoothly onward, each season bringing renewed warmth to our family. With Lana gone, relationships flourished, unfettered by resentment. Harrison adjusted beautifully to his new home. He passed hours reading on the patio, made friends playing bingo, and rediscovered his love of painting. I delighted in seeing his quick smile and hearing his deep, hearty laugh again. On weekends, he came to stay with Alex and me. We'd lounge by the fire pit, roasting marshmallows and chatting late into the night. No subject was off limits. He spoke openly now of his hopes, regrets, all he still wished to do. Watching Harrison embrace life with such zeal rekindled my own sense of purpose. I pursued passion projects, traveled more with Alex, and committed to community service. Each day was too precious to take for granted. Meanwhile, Lena festered in her prison cell, stern and unrepentant. The few times I visited, she refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. "I won't confess to crimes I didn't commit," she spat bitterly. "You can't keep me caged forever." I remained patient and calm. "The door is open whenever you're ready to walk through it." But she just turned away, seething silently until I left. Some people could not be helped until they chose to face the truth. As seasons changed, so did our family dynamic. Laughter came easier, bonds grew deeper, without Lana's toxicity poisoning our hearts. I remembered what it meant to feel joy wholly again. On a golden autumn afternoon, I sat with Harrison beneath a maple tree, its leaves flaming crimson. He turned to me, eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you for giving me my life back," he said, voice choked with emotion. I squeezed his hand, too overcome to speak. The peaceful beauty surrounding us was answer enough. With Lana gone, holidays became cherished celebrations, not tense battlegrounds. Harrison joined us for a cozy Thanksgiving dinner, carving the turkey as grace flowed freely from his heart. At Christmas, he gifted Alex and I matching hand-knitted scarves, crafted in secret during months of devoted effort. "Something to warm you when the winds blow cold," he said simply. My heart swelled, seeing his love poured into every stitch. As years passed and Lana's release approached, Harrison showed no resentment toward her, only calm equanimity. His grace was hard-earned through suffering, but gave me hope. On the eve of Lana's release, he clasped my hand tenderly. "Bitterness harms the vessel that carries it. I choose peace." The next morning, I drove him to the prison to retrieve her. When Lana emerged, the years showed plainly on her hardened face. She spared us not a glance as she brushed by toward uncertain freedom. Watching her solitary figure disappear down the icy road, I felt only pity that her heart had not yet unfrozen. But Harrison and I walked arm in arm into the sunshine, souls unburdened. The years hence unfurled gently as a rosebud. Harrison reveled in doting on great-grandchildren, passing his wisdom to new generations. Seasons came and went, but our love only grew deeper. Each dawn we watched together glowed more vibrant than the last. His eyes still held that familiar twinkle, reminding me that life's beauty reveals itself to those who choose to see. On the last morning, he clasped my hand one final time. "It was a good life," he whispered. Our gazes met in perfect understanding. He was right. We had walked through the darkness, faces upturned toward the light. Now his spirit could soar unfettered, and I could live on in his honor, with hope in my heart.